in the point man, or just as in like the guy who's calling out party actions?
Probably all of the above, to tell you the truth.
Yeah.
Yeah. So in other words,
As the
no,
wizard, I
well,
don't know.
No,
no, you
calling
don't
out
want your
actions.
leader. You don't want your leader to necessarily always be up front. That doesn't always work well unless it's a Conan comic. But
Yeah.
so I mean, my thoughts are just like if somebody has an idea or somebody's really good with sound tactical 5th edition tactics, that might be a good plan.
I don't know if I'm great with tactics. I tend to do stupid things, but
I would offer this if I could. I have utter faith in Leyrune and perhaps my own 5th edition knowledge, but I would also leave it mildly dependent on the role of the initiative. Because really, whoever acts first, everybody's almost reacting after that. You know what I mean? So it's whoever rolls that best initiative. I can tell you right now, my guy's a ranged guy. He doesn't really get up in the mesh of it. I could, I suppose, but I only have like a 16 armor class, so I'm not exactly a tank by any means.
No. I mean, I'm not talking about a leader having to lead from the front. I'm just saying somebody who kind of we can snap to if things start falling apart and people start doing their own individual missions as opposed to us working tactically together, since we're trying to showcase the game. And
no, tracking. I was just covering both points. Sorry, I probably should have separated them.
No, I mean, and again, I am not planning on that. I'm going to be a tank out front most of the time, so it's probably a bad idea in case I fall. But for me to ever be a leader, and also you don't want your any kind of sneakies to be rangers or to be leader, because if they end up scouting and getting caught, that may be an issue as well. So somebody who can do mid veil is probably a good idea. So
I think a cleric right there in the middle might be the right one. Speaking of
Yeah.
which,
I kind of agree.
yep. Aaron, would you do me a favor and put your character name first and then Leyrune in parentheses afterwards for your nickname?
I was not allowed to change mine again so quickly. They yelled at me.
Guess you're being bad.
Hey Garner, my character has like a transmuter stone. It's like part of his class features.
Mm-hmm.
I was just going to use it for dark vision. Do you want me to put an effect on myself, or just know that I have dark vision? It's like a little
Yeah,
magic
you know what?
stone I can
It
use.
does make sense for you to put an effect on yourself. So that kind
Yeah,
of
I always like
shows
to
it
do that.
off as a a reminder to everybody.
Yeah, because if somehow I lose this stone or whatever, then obviously that goes away.
Okay. So let's talk magical items. I'm going to give everybody something decent, and then I'm going to give everybody a couple of potions too. Potions need to be kind of run of the mill stock potions, meaning we're not gonna go overboard, but I want to be flexible here with you guys.
So no heroism. Just
No, I'm a potion of
I'm kidding.
heroism, is a possibility.
I'd probably
But
rather have like HP potions. Like let's just do
yeah,
straight heal.
hmm I think most having HP potions are, healing potions of healing, but superior healing probably for level 6 here. Let me actually bring them up. All right. So, Aaron, do you have a preference on magical item type?
I think since clerics are pretty kind of in the middle, I don't really have a preference. I have 2 healing potions. That's about it. And as far as like for me myself personally, would probably more or less should keep me afloat. So probably like a +1 shield or armor or something like that would probably be about the most I'd ever want.
Shield or armor? Okay. I have no problem with that. Again, we're 7th level, so I think what we'll do is we will go with a whatever your armor is. Go ahead and give yourself a +2 to that, and then from a weapon standpoint, I'm looking for something that is magical but would not be a specific bonus on your weapon. What weapon might we have that is?
Won't want a +1 or anything like that, right?
Well, we can go with a +1. That's kind of plain Jane, right? But
could I get like a frost
Flame
brand?
tongue, baby. Flame tongue.
yeah, flame tongue's not happening.
Dwarven thrower.
We said no
I'm
flame
thinking,
tongue. Let's try and see if there's a frost brand available, like in
well, I'm
a
thinking,
two-handed variety.
like a hammer of force would make sense
Yes,
for me.
I like that.
So I'm
Okay.
a domain cleric
Yep.
and or domain cleric. I am a forge cleric, so
Yep.
to have a hammer with a little extra force behind it, like maybe an additional 1d4 or something.
Yep, I like it.
Is not too over the top.
I think that's very reasonable. All right.
Is a vampiric greatsword on the table?
No. Vampiric greatsword is not on the table.
And no frost brands?
Well, the one that I would always go for is a Vorpal sword, right? But anyway, but let's be serious. I mean, how bad is a frost brand?
It's pretty
It's
awful.
pretty, yeah, it's pretty OP.
No, just give me like a +2 greatsword. I'll be good to go.
Yeah.
All right, +2 greatsword it is. All right. So Zaruthra. How
Yeah.
about
I was thinking some kind of a wondrous item, but
yep. Like, what do you want? Wand of magic
too crazy.
missiles, or I mean, I'm good with a lot of different things, especially things that have totally random effects, like
Yeah, I know.
wands of wonder, or
Well,
decks of.
here's the only problem with that though is like we're trying to showcase something here, so let's try to make sure we're.
Yep. Good point.
Like, yeah. I mean, I was even thinking like just a cloak of some kind, a cloak
Okay.
of protection, or a cloak of
I think a cloak of
elven
protection
kind,
is just fine. And then we'll give you
yeah.
a kind of a minor wand as well.
What
Okay.
about nostalgia? Can we do like Bracer's Defense and a Cloak of Elven Kind or something?
Man,
you know.
that's.
So I mean, let him have both, but let's. I mean, if we're showcasing,
Mhm.
let's definitely get the nostalgia in there.
Yep. There you go.
But sorry, guys, I have a marketing degree. I'm just throwing out ideas. Not that they're
No,
great. It's just
that's
what it
Sphere of annihilation.
No, I like
Let's
that.
do it.
That's really
That is a big deal.
I have my character has kind of like a stealth and deception background, so that would the elven kind cloak would work.
All right. I like.
And yeah, as far as the wand, I don't know.
Well,
we can
Everything's
fade out
fine.
the Marcy playground. So
Or just one or the other. I don't care.
Can I call my
Like I have
hammer
spells,
Bam
I
Bam?
you can name your hammer whatever you want, man.
All right. So it's gonna be a
Bam Bam definitely embraces the nostalgic. Yes.
All right. So you're gonna go with the cloak of elven kind, and then, I mean, I threw out kind of the standard
Yeah.
wand of magic missiles, but other wands would be fine. I mean,
I think
Yeah,
magic missile
I'm looking
wands
at
are
you know what?
actually
No,
pretty
no.
potent.
This is
I don't
me
have that
because
spell,
of.
so that's not a bad one.
Well, but this is me. There's another spell you don't have, and for me and my team, it's kind of what we always go to, and I'm gonna force it on you.
Okay.
So you
fine.
now have a wand of grease.
Oh yes.
It has
The most versatile spell ever.
yes, it has 7 charges on it, and recharges each night. You got the 5% chance it's gonna be destroyed, but it recharges each night with 1d6 plus 1 charges. Okay. And
Yep.
you need to figure out how to be the best grease wielder ever. Okay. So
work at McDonald's.
Yes, that's
You laugh,
exactly
but
it.
that's kind of funny. I mean, grease is pretty, functional in the fact that you can fry
No,
a
I'm
chicken with
just
it, or you can cue the Benny Hill music while everybody slips around on it, or you
Where's
grease
the
can.
is a great
grease
spell.
from? I
I'm
don't see that.
I'm giving our leader a heart attack.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
All right.
What's the source for that? Is that just kind of a homebrew thing?
Wha-
That's
Not
French fries, actually.
not even
Eh,
homebrew. I mean, like
yeah.
seriously, every time Bart, his brother Justin, or I play a wizard, we use grease, and we come up with like some of the coolest, wildest things. And we're so mad at 5e who said you can't light grease on fire. Um, but even with that, like we've now like we're playing in a water environment in our adventure, and so now
Mm.
I'm the wizard, so I've got grease, and we're using grease like a suffocation spell, right? So if you cast grease in that area, it's going to get breathed by water breathing type things, and
Mhm.
then they can't breathe if they got grease all over their gills. And
So in
anyway.
other words, we X on the fish.
Hmm. But
I'll try. I don't know if I'll do that justice in one session, but
it's all good. It's all good. But that's what you're going to end up getting with your wand. Okay, so Nevermore, I believe you requested a bow.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm going to give
people
you.
are throwing out all kinds of shopping lists. I got
Yep.
stuff I could
I'm
say,
going to give
sure.
you. No, I'm going to be pretty specific here. I'm going to give you a bow plus one. A longbow. Is it a longbow or short bow that you? It doesn't matter. But whatever it is, you
Could I,
get a.
could I beg you for an oath bow? Because I mean, that's badass. Come on, man.
What does the oath bow do?
It pretty much puts a hunter's mark on the person that I'm attacking, and if I hit them, it does an extra 3d6 piercing. But I have disadvantage. Well, and I have advantage on the attack after that first one. But then I have disadvantage on attacking
Dude,
anything else
you
until I
play
kill
too
that thing.
many. You play too many warlocks that know how hex works.
But I'm not a warlock. I was a
I-
ranger. I was good this
a
time.
ranger with a warlock hex. Okay, nope, I'm fine with it. But I'm also going to give you one arrow of slaying. Okay,
Hmm.
and you can see where this is going, but it's one arrow of devil slaying. Okay,
I feel
and
like that guy in 10 Towns now.
mm-hmm. All right, there
The
you
Black
go.
Arrow. All right.
All right. So the last one that we need to figure out though is Zidian. Did we say what you've got? We didn't say what you
You
have
were going
yet.
to give me a +2 greatsword.
Okay. Yeah. +2 greatsword. That's fine. All right. Um, and so Glacken is your thief, and he is. Uh, what should we gift him with? This is when he shows up. This is Tabarkus or
Okay.
Bruce.
For the thief.
Gardner, do you want us grabbing this stuff and add it?
Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead and grab it and add it,
Grab it.
please.
Is it
Yep.
supposed to be in the party sheet?
Nope, nope. You can click on items and search for it and
Oh,
grab it.
just get it myself. Okay,
Yep.
gotcha.
We start in 1 minute, y'all.
All right, I'll get it and be done.
So what are we? But you need to tell me, Bart. What are we giving the thief? What does he want?
Thief. Let's think of something classic. So cloak and boots of elvenkind. So boots of sneaking or something like that, maybe like a
Eh,
sneak buff, or honestly, even a +2 short sword.
all right. We will give him boots of elven kind, and we will also give him a short sword +1.
I don't know if we're going to be able to see the magic items, will we? In the modules,
Yeah, I
like
can't.
the
I can't
player
get.
side. I don't think so.
I need the DM side to
All
get
right.
at it.
I'll do that then. But I gotta take us live in 15 seconds. Just go ahead and put in chat again what we agreed that we give each one of you, so that I can do that quickly.
Chat, Discord chat.
Yeah, Discord chat for the
Okay.
CCG. All right, here we go. Changing. You know what? I think I did not mute anything, so we've all been talking over the starting soon thing.
Uh,
Oh,
That's
well, there
awesome.
you go. They got set up.
Yep.
You have, but that's all right.
Well, if only
She's
our
always got a poke.
moderator had, yeah, if
She's
only our
always watching.
moderator
She's
had,
always judging.
I know. She could have helped us out, but
So
no,
it
she's going to let
begins.
us embarrass the hell out of ourselves. Oh,
No, it was
man.
charming. You were perfectly charming, Garner.
Awesome. All right, let us give a boot of Elvenkind to our rogue. And let us go ahead and, since we are live, start introducing what it is that we are doing today. So we're really happy to be live with you guys today and to demonstrate Fantasy Grounds. So my name is Garner Andrews, but my avatar name is Windrunner, and I have been working with the guys at Goodman Games, both to prepare for the Spawn of Cyclops Con, but also to prepare for our month of Goodman Games and DCC next month. So all of March at the Fantasy Grounds College. So we are wanting to share with you guys today one of the Goodman Games 5th edition fantasy adventures, which will be coming out soon on the Fantasy Grounds platform. But we're going to share that with you, and in deliberately doing so in order to show everybody anything that we can about the platform itself. So we've got a number of things that we will kind of go into as we go for um, as we go through the adventure today. We'll point out different things, but most importantly, this is for you viewers to be able to ask us questions. And so we want to make sure that you have a chance to ask any questions during this 4-hour session that you have about Fantasy Grounds or the platform. We do have experts on both Fantasy Grounds, on 5e, but especially on DCC as well. And so I will mention how that works on Fantasy Grounds here in a minute, but want to make sure that everybody knows that you can ask questions about any of those. And so all you'll have to do is you'll just put those questions in the Twitch channel chat, and we will be moderating and watching for all of those. So with that said, let me introduce who we've got with us today. And I'm going to go ahead and just introduce you players and our moderator as well. And then when I get there, I'll ask you players to introduce your characters. So we'll get there in a minute. All right, so we've got Aaron, who is playing Dorug. With us today. He is actually the founder of Fantasy Grounds College and is going to heal for us. We've got Bart playing Zydia, and Bart is one of my longest time players. He's been playing with me on Fantasy Grounds for about 9 months now. But Bart has been playing with me in real life for, what, Bart, over 30, 40 years? So,
Yeah, at least 30 years.
Yep.
You're
So,
dating yourself, boys.
Oh, no doubt.
yeah, we're getting gray.
All right. We have Brett on Zaruthra. And Brett is actually our community developer for the DCC rule set on Fantasy Grounds. So supposedly there should be no better expert on DCC and how it works in Fantasy Grounds. I challenge all of you to prove me wrong. Then
Supposedly.
supposedly, that's right.
And
Then
he's a really nice guy. So
he is, but that makes him an even better target, right? So, and then we've got Johnny, who is playing Nevermore, and Johnny is really a jack of all trades. He definitely knows his Fantasy Grounds. He's a world builder and a home brewer. Definitely enjoys those types of things too. But he is also one of our faculty at the Fantasy Grounds College. I will go ahead and introduce our moderator, and then I'll tell you about one other player who will be joining us after his other DCC game ends today. But Archeo Girl is actually very closely related to one of our players here. So Bart takes his instructions from Archeo Girl. And she also is a gamer, but doesn't have quite as much experience with Fantasy Grounds or with Dungeons and Dragons as the rest of us do. But she
Right.
will be serving as our moderator today. And we also need to make sure that she learns absolutely everything she can about the platform so that she can get involved in a game soon too. Is that right?
Definitely. That's
Awesome.
right.
Yep. All right. And then to arrive later, we have Bruce, who will play Glacken. And until he gets here, I will play Glacken, and Glacken is our rogue in the group. But Bruce is actually a expert on DCC in Fantasy Grounds. He helped me teach our judges how Fantasy Grounds works, our road crew judges that participated with us. So definitely looking forward to him joining us in about 2 hours so that he can also answer questions for us. So with that said, let me actually go ahead and ask our players to introduce their characters. So let's start alphabetically with our real names here. So Aaron, would you go ahead and introduce your character, please?
Sure, I'm Dorig Rockfist. This is a character that I've played numerous times throughout my career in using Fantasy Grounds and also tabletop. He is typically like your Gimli type dwarf, pretty sour and serious, but at the same time, he likes good ale. His focus is mainly on to keep people up and to make sure that they don't fall in battle. So his main claim to fame is to help people and make sure that they are, upright and ready to fight. And his domain is to preserve life. So he's a life cleric. Pretty typical archetype for the fifth edition rule set. However, with all that, he does have a good heart. So that's Doric Rockfist.
And
He
is my new best friend.
That's right.
so
All right. Well, good transition there. So Bart, why don't you introduce Zidian to us?
Okay, so Zidian, I tend to be kind of strange about how I pick out characters, as some of the rest of us are, from our introductions earlier previously. I try to find an interesting angle that's fun for me. So today I'm playing a Dragonborn for the first time, and he is of Black Dragon blood, and he is a fighter who is a samurai. So he's gonna be like noble and try to attack and defend the party,
Very nice.
and very likely beg for healing quite a bit.
All right, Brett.
All right, I'm playing Zarusthra. So he is a human wizard, but he has a background as a fence. So he's basically like a black market dealer specializing in the arcane. And so a lot of his spells involve kind of getting into or out of difficult situations and kind of neutralizing any threats in kind of like a flashbang way, as opposed to dropping fireballs and dealing out tons of damage that way. So he has some thieving tendencies in the sense that he can be deceptive or stealthy if he has to be, but as the wizard, he's probably not going to be poking his nose around too much. He's happy to let the thieves do that, the real thieves.
Yep. All right. So Johnny, you're last.
All right. I'm playing Nevermore, the Kenku Swarmkeeper Ranger, which is Unearthed Arcana, but I think it just got officiated in Tasha's Cauldron of Everything.
It did.
And I actually took some of the replacement options in there on it just to kind of robustify the Kenku a little bit. Backstory on him, he's pretty much been a hermit his whole life in the woods. So while he has a good understanding of nature and things like that, not so up on the vocabulary. He doesn't know a lot of words or speech patterns because he's never heard them before. So, gentlemen, be careful what you say because I will be repeating it.
Fantastic.
Always.
Yep. Definitely encourage role playing all the time, but if role playing is extremely good, there will be inspiration points handed out. Okay. All right. So let me introduce a little bit more about Fantasy Grounds, and actually, I'll also give Leroon or Darug the chance to say a couple of other things too, and then I will introduce the adventure. So, uh, Fantasy Grounds itself is a standalone application, and it is meant to facilitate your virtual or your tabletop gameplay virtually. Okay. One of the biggest things that we like to make sure that people understand is that it is not a video game. It's not meant to be, push the button and everything happens automatically. There are a lot of great things about role playing games, and a lot of them come from kind of the dynamic uh, environment and the dynamic conversation and relationships that are sitting around your real tabletop or your virtual tabletop. And when SmiteWorks, has gone through, and they're the people that actually build and release Fantasy Grounds. But when they've gone through this, they have made sure that kind of that heart and soul of role-playing games stays there. So I know that some of our younger players may want something where it's more of a video game, but there are very healthy things, and I think that maybe later in our game session that might even be something that that Leroon goes into with regards to some of the value of the platform. The all of the things that you will see today, they are building blocks, they're windows, they're components of the platform that basically help you as a DM or you as a player interact with typical ways that that somebody is going to take action, when you're in a game. And specifically, you have the 5e rule set that we're going to play, and you also have the DCC rule set that Brett has authored for us, developed for us, that also have specific things that are needed to support the different rule sets. And so, Brett, I definitely will be calling on you later on today to talk about kind of some of the most important things or the biggest differences also between, say, the DCC rule set and the 5e rule set that our players and our judges should actually know about as well. The last thing that I'll say by way of introduction is that the new version of Fantasy Grounds has just come out officially at the end of last year. It was in beta for a while, and they did a very good job of fine-tuning it. And so now we have this new version that's out, and we also continue to get a lot of different feature functionality pieces added to it. But specifically, the new version took care of a number of different things. It took care of resolving memory and operating system issues. And this is a change from the 32-bit application to the 64-bit application, which now runs natively on Macs. It runs natively on Linux systems as well, and it manages memory better on all of the above. So it definitely is a big step up for most of us, especially for performance reasons. Another major thing that this platform, this version of the platform did, was it resolved network issues. So instead of having to deal with port forwarding and other port configurations and networking configurations, the way that the platform is coded so that it actually allows the people in a specific game to find each other without any complex setup on your side is actually a really good step forward. So a lot of people have been asking for things that make the barrier to entry and the barrier to playing lower to make it easier, and that is definitely one of the things that they've done. The major pieces of feature functionality that that have come out are really around maps and also around rule set improvements. And we'll talk about at least two of the rule sets, and we can answer questions on other rule sets if we know them. We all kind of dabble in a lot of them, but obviously 5e and DCC will be the two main ones that we talk about. But with maps, all of us as dungeon masters or judges are looking at this going, this is awesome. So every Saturday at 3 o'clock Eastern as well, Fantasy Grounds puts on a live stream with Josh Watmaw, and Josh is we love him, and you know others like Doug dabble and put videos out about it, but Josh's 3 p.m. every Saturday basically shows you all of the capabilities of the maps and the line of sight and the dynamic lighting and then the map creation capabilities. So it's something that we love about the platform, but it's also something that is complex enough that we offer totally separate classes from our playing classes. And our playing classes at the college are things like how to create characters or how to do combat or how to be a dungeon master or how to homebrew. So those are our different types of classes. But we have ones now that are totally on maps, and now we're going to even have to come out with a new one because the dynamic lighting is so extensive. It's not complicated really, but it's so extensive that it's going to have a lot more to it. So I've rambled on for 15 minutes. I would like to actually ask Leroon, given his extreme breadth and depth of knowledge in both the Fantasy Grounds platform and with the Fantasy Grounds College, if he take a few minutes, and let's say not more than 7 or 8 minutes, Leroon, but to introduce other aspects that I might have glossed over.
Okay. I think I'll focus more on the college. You did a pretty good job with Fantasy Grounds. Um, the college was really an accident initially. At that time, I was going through a lot of anguish in my life, and Fantasy Grounds kind of rescued me, or at least the role playing aspects of the game helped me a lot. So, in a nutshell, I started Fantasy Grounds pretty much out of frustration, and it really helped me in healing. It has a lot of tertiary benefits if you play role playing games. There's a lot of people out there that are suffering from mental issues or just boredom or sorrow or whatever it is that you're dealing with. Role playing games have a really good tertiary benefit for a lot of people. It's very, very cathartic, and it helps with problem solving and math and reading and writing. So that's one of the reasons I restarted playing role playing games, is that kind of missed that, and I felt that that was one of the things that I used in my life to cope with stress and depression and things like that. But for the most part, Fantasy Grounds does take a little bit of practice. You really need to put your time in. And there are some things that are constantly stumbled upon when you try it. So, with that in mind, I ran a table for a while and I realized all the mistakes I made, or most of them. And I took those ideals and I brought those over to Fantasy Grounds College, and I just started teaching people how to use it because I knew it was one of those things where if you don't see it, you're not going to know it. Um, Even if you read the manual, which kind of basically just tells you what things are, you really have to understand how the rule set interfaces with the software. And that's where a lot of the disconnect is between using virtual tabletops. So that's what I focused on. And in the interim of all this stuff going on, we're growing the community, and we're trying to advertise and all this other stuff. We got some really good people, and I want to say that hands down that Fantasy Grounds has one of the best communities out there. Very low toxicity. There's a lot of older people, which I think is great because I'm not expecting to play Dungeons and Dragons with somebody like Tracy Hickman, or even just a new person that hasn't played in many years. So I want to just invite any of you that if you are playing role playing games now and you're disconnected from your friends, Fantasy Grounds offers that. Once you get over some of the technical hurdles, it's a good platform to connect with your friends, your old college buddies, military friends, whatever, even your children that have grown up and gone away. I've heard a lot of good stories about that, and that's really what keeps me going and motivates me to run the college and keep going. I mean, there's been times where I want to quit and just say, you know what, I don't want this anymore. But I'm constantly reminded of the good people and the things that come out of playing role playing games, and not to mention all the talent that comes through. So I get to talk to some of probably the most talented people in the world, and I'm very, very blessed and lucky to have that. Um, Garner has been a godsend for me. We're really cresting about over 9,000 people now, and without his help and the help of our volunteers, I can't do it alone. So that's pretty much my spiel on Fantasy Grounds College. My only comment on the platform is please try to put your time in and practice and read stuff on the forums when you're having issues, and try to use a solid connection as opposed to a wireless device if you can help it. Those things there alone will really make things better for you. And if all else fails, you got the college, so you can come in and we'll teach you what we can. We don't know everything, but we certainly know what not to do. So if you come in and you're getting frustrated or you need help, we have a good Ask the Experts pool. We have a lot of talented people, and we even have Zacchaeus from Smiteworks there quite often. And it's getting to the point where he doesn't have to do much because there's already people there answering the questions. So that to me that's a good sign. So that's pretty much all I had to say. Thanks to Goodman Games and also to Garner for hosting this. I appreciate, and I'm really happy to be here.
Yep. Awesome. Okay, so a couple other things about the platform itself. When you launch Fantasy Grounds, you get the opportunity to either join a game or you get the opportunity to create a game or a campaign and host that campaign. And there are a number of different items that you can configure. The way that we are playing today, it is as straightforward as I could do it, but still, do some things to call out Goodman Games, to also call out a little bit of functionality. So one of the great things that Smiteworks has done is they made a extensible platform, and they deliberately wanted the community developers to be able to do things just like Brett's done with creating the DCC rule set, but even just with functionality, basic functionality in the platform. One of the things that you can change is you can change the theme, and I've changed the theme to actually be the winter theme. It's one of the ones that you can get from Fantasy Grounds, and you can either get it individually or you can get it with the Art Pack subscription, which is one of the things that I've got, and that controls kind of the look and feel of the desktop. It's got the line art around the desktop. It's got the button styles. It's got the color of the desktop, other things like that. Another thing that you can change is the images that are actually on the screen. Now, I went with the Goodman Games DCC decal, and they call this extension a decal extension, so that you guys could see this, and we will come back to this. But I also want to show something cool that they just added. So if I go to my assets, and specifically in my assets, let's see, we're in images. We'll go to data, and I've got some logos that I have found. And my group that creates content and stuff like that is Chaotic Good Gaming. And so I can actually preview any image and I can set it as the background decal. So that's a new, recently released, and when I say recently, I think it was a week and a half ago, or maybe even just a week ago, with the capabilities though to do that. But let's go back to our options and go back to our Goodman Games logo for the rest of the game here. So point is that functionality can be extended. And the only other thing that I did, and this was so that it appears better on the stream, is I loaded a extension that um, that increases the font size. If you are uh, looking for kind of the basic extensions that everybody wants and are available, you definitely should search the Fantasy Grounds forums in order to find those. They do have references to almost all of those, and there are a number of commercially available ones too that are available on DM's Guild or maybe even directly from some developers too. All right, so I think that's enough about that part of the platform. And let's actually talk real quickly about the setup. So one of the things that we teach is that as a dungeon master, it's very important to actually set the tabletop up so that you can get to things that you want as quickly as possible. And it also brings up the fact that we're actually sharing with you the dungeon master's view of all of this today. So you're seeing something that we wouldn't normally stream, but we want to make sure that
Beyond
everybody
the veil.
sees that. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I said beyond the veil.
Yeah, beyond the veil, absolutely. But we wanted to make sure that everybody can see exactly what we might be playing with. And part of that are going to be changes, like the Dungeon Master's view of the combat tracker is different from a player's view of the combat tracker. That's going to be the major thing that you see as different today. And then I guess also just the way that I can interact with things like maps. So you will get to see all of that. For everybody though, we all have this bar down at the bottom. So if you look at the bar down at the bottom, it's actually our hot bar, and the hot bar has literally dozens of uh, versions of the hot bar that are available to you. So you see that it's got 1 to 12, and I've got 1 through 7 of the 1 to 12 filled out. Now, you as a player may put an action that you take on a regular basis, like a perception check. And so, if I am responsible for Glacken, I will go to his player sheet and may go to his perception skill, and I can actually click and drag his perception check, and I can put it down here on my hotbar. So now anytime I need to make a perception check, that's right there. Oh, thank goodness I'm getting the 2 out of the way quickly. But for me, as the judge or the dungeon master, one of the main things that I'm going to use all of this for is to make sure that I've got links to the parts of the adventure that I know I'm going to see. And so I've actually got things loaded here, like the index for all of my adventure. Now, the adventure itself is stored under story. So if you look at the right hand column here, we have all of these different buttons that give you access to all of the data that is behind Fantasy Grounds. And as a judge or a dungeon master, the main thing that's going to drive your adventure is going to be this story. I'm actually going to start just by introducing this to all of you. This is also something that we definitely focus on at the college when we're teaching how to GM or be a judge. And by the way, we will be teaching those classes all the way through next month for DCC. And in this case, one of the things that you want to do is you want to filter on the group that of information, and you can actually move things around, assign them to whatever group. We'll leave that for a class. But for me, leading this adventure, I bring up the group that is the 5th edition fantasy number 11 group, and it's basically got all the links to all of the things. So if you go and you open your PDF version of Final Fantasy edition, or Final or 5th edition fantasy number 11, which is the Archmage's hideout, you will see all of these things actually in the book as well, right, in your PDF. But we have converted them into a module or a mod file specifically for Fantasy Grounds. And so what I've done is I have, after having converted all these, I've then taken them, the links to them, and I have put them down in my hotbar. Now this is another important common thing for the interface, but most items have a icon right beside it, and the icon is really dependent upon the theme that you choose. I chose this light theme, but what that means is that I generally get this same squiggly, elegant icon, but those icons can be drug to most areas on your screen, and you may end up creating another link to it if you drop it on the desktop, or you may be able to automatically roll on it like we did with the skills if we drop it into the hotbar. Also, most things like inventory items, they can be drug, and you may have seen me do this while people were introducing their characters, but I was dragging things from the item data into their inventory sheets too. So another example of how nice it is to have all of this drag and drop functionality. All right. So I have got the adventure ready to actually run. I've got the index, which is the very first thing that I have in my story. And if you look at the index, then I can easily get to all of the other pieces. At this point, I'm actually going to stop kind of giving instruction, and we're going to play a little bit. And I want any and everybody to put questions in. We will answer questions as we go if we see any of them. And definitely want you guys to, make sure that you're enjoying us as we enjoy playing with each other here. All right. Any other opening comments, gentlemen?
Garner, just quick point of order. Could you
Yep.
identify all items, please?
Identify all items. Yes, I'm sorry. I only got to identify the one that I think Zaruthra asked for. All right.
Yeah, you got me covered.
One of the features, and it's for items. It's also for monsters and for maps, is that you can hide identification from the players. So by default, most things are not identified yet by the players, and so they're going to see an unidentified name. So for example, there is this arrow at the top of Nevermore's inventory, and all he sees is arrow. But if I open it up, because I'm the judge or the DM, I actually see that it is an arrow of slaying. But you see over here, there's a little icon that has a slash through it and an ID for identified. If I click that, now he can actually see that it's an arrow of slaying as well. So, and then the longbow we need to find. All right. That's the regular one. Let's find the magical one. There we go. All right. There's yours. Zidian, we need your great sword. Yeah. Wrong one. Oh, it's an ornate great sword. Very nice.
Fancy.
Yep. All right. There you go, Zidian. Dorug, you took care of all of yours already. So I think the only other one that I need to take care of is Glacken's. So let me go to Glacken. Y'all please do make sure that you can see your magical items now properly. All right.
Yep. Good.
Okay. All right. I gave Glacken a short sword +1, and then what did we give him? Bright boots. That was it. Okay. Yep, those are the right ones. Okay. All right. Very good. So, any other points of order before we get started, y'all?
Not for me. Let's do it.
Mhm.
All right. All right. So, and I guess just as a level setting, this is a 7th level adventure. So everybody created their characters at 7th level at this point, and we will, end up showing you how experience and some other things like that work as well. as we go through everything. So, Dorug, the way that you all have come together over the past years has been something special. And generally speaking, your home has been this party's base of operations. So you have been a leader to the group. They have leaned on you and your contacts for finding you new work or new opportunities to help people across the country. But generally speaking, as things evolve, you end up somehow migrating back to your home city, right? And so you and the Shield Dwarves have definitely adopted the rest of the party, and so all of you as a party have been, um, let's just say you've experienced a lot of dwarven culture, but you also really have gotten to know Dumathian, and that is Dorug's deity, and the faith around that deity fairly well. Well, it has come down to you um, through your leadership that there is actually something wrong in the countryside. There have been attacks on many of the local farms. There have been uh, beasts that have been almost, uh, you know, uh, beyond description, the evil beyond description. And while Dumathian is really a generally neutral faith, uh, you in particular and your city in particular really has had a kind of a protective approach um, to your faith, meaning you do a lot of taking care of others that are near your dwarven city. And so, as things have gotten out of hand, your leadership has asked you and your party to actually go and take care of whatever this craziness is that continues to plague the countryside. So, with that said, there is a set of ruins that belong potentially to and used to belong to a mage that those who have researched this think is kind of at the heart of this disruption, this chaos that you guys are dealing with. So with that said, it's not terribly far. It's only a day's ride or two from you in order to actually reach these ruins. So you are actually directed to try to get to those ruins as quickly as you can and figure out exactly what it is that's going on.
Very well. Hmm.
Got it.
Any prep work or anything that you need to do before you leave?
I would ask the elders if this is something that we have discussed before, because I don't recall any sort of ruins that have been close enough to where we haven't brought it under control yet. So I'm acting a little bit concerned towards leadership.
Right. So that is a excellent question. And the problem is that these ruins, like nobody knew about these ruins
Still
more
nobody.
than a few weeks ago. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Zidian.
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to figure out something. I was
It's okay.
talking to my kids. Sorry.
Okay. Not a problem. All right. Um, However, one of the things that has come to light was they think that this set of ruins looks like a tower that used to belong to a mage named Deldrammon. Deldrammon. I will put that in chat for you.
Sounds like a pharmaceutical company.
All right. So Del Draman of Draman Enterprises was previously known as a mage in the area, but you're talking hundreds of years ago at this point. All right. There is, there is a surface town as well that was right near the ruins. Okay. So that is an option for you as far as, maybe finding out more about Del Draman.
I'd say we head to the town first, supply
Yeah.
up, and get some information. That's my suggestion here.
Yeah, I agree. We should set up in an inn and scope it out.
Okay.
I suggest we go to the town and supply up.
You're a Kenku, aren't you? Yes.
That's my suggestion.
All right. Any
Robbie
other?
cried.
All right. So, leader Leyrun, you guys head out.
Let's make sure that this time we don't make the same mistakes as last time. I don't want to get into that again. But this time, I think we will make sure that we are properly equipped and that we have all made a plan before we jump into this situation.
Yeah. Less villagers might die that way. Just saying.
That's a good thing that we have a plan. So, gentlemen, if we don't tarry too much longer, I think we should go. There are lots of things that we need to discuss along the way, in particular tactics and what have you. So I'm kind of a little bit thirsty, as a matter of fact. I'm sure there's got to be somewhere where they serve some ale.
There absolutely is. So you are able to get to the local town, and there is only one place though that apparently is available for you, and so that is the Drunken Horse. Why it's called the Drunken Horse, you'll have to find out on your own. You have not visited this establishment before.
Do they allow Dragonborn?
Yes, they are not like those racist people of Hillsfar.
I was gonna say we're gonna have issues with a Birdman and a Dragon Man.
Yes. This is no Hillsfar. This is a much more open-minded and accepting town. So
Nevermore, you can ride on my shoulder if you need to.
The sign on the tavern, does it say Drunken Horse?
yes, and as a matter of fact, it looks like the sign itself looks like a horse that's kind of wobbly legged. So there's
Well,
yeah, you can't miss it.
Nice.
somebody take the E off of the drunken and we'll just say drunk and horse. Ha ha ha.
All right, so you guys enter this establishment. It's relatively small. There are only about 5 tables inside, and 2 of them are taken up with locals. You've arrived here about midday, so there are a few people eating their midday meal, but most people are actually out in their fields or at their smithy or wherever they need to be productive right now. But there's the occasional shopkeeper who's actually in here and enjoying a bowl of stew. You have a very small bar with only 3 seats at it, so it doesn't look like you could all belly up to the bar, but definitely could grab one of the larger tables and sit there if that was what you wanted to do.
Was that a short joke?
No, it was a fat joke.
Zarathustra would like to take a look around. In his experience, you sometimes find the most interesting things hanging above a fireplace mantel in a tavern.
All right, give me a perception check.
Okay, he's not necessarily the most perceptive, but
No, but you know what? He's doing all right.
he tends to
Um,
notice the more interesting things.
yep. So and there's there as far as you can tell, there's nothing kind of hidden from view or from sight here, but you are able to see a couple of pole arms, a glaive, as well as this thing that's actually got multiple hooks on the end and kind of a lever. Uh, Give me another perception check, please.
Okay, right here.
All right, yeah,
Wow.
good enough. Yeah, you're consistent, but
Yeah.
you think that you've heard of this device before. You don't remember exactly where you might have heard that it came from, but it's a man catcher. Okay, and so it's used to either impale something or to grasp it. So it is an odd pole arm, but certainly something to be displayed.
Being Dragonborn, who's roughly 7 feet tall, I kind of I want to try to not disturb the local folk as much as possible. So if there's a table towards the back that has an open seat, I tend to tread towards that,
Yep.
and I'll order a tea or a cool water if they come around.
Okay. So you definitely can grab the table in the back, although again, it's not a very large common room. So you can see everybody and everybody can see you, but you are out of the way for the most part with finding that table in the back. So
Okay,
not an issue there.
I pull the blade off my back and just let it across my lap, just to be comfortable, but
Hmm.
also to be respectful and show that I'm unarmed.
Yep. So immediately, as soon as you head towards the table, as you're arriving at the table, the barkeep actually arrives at the table and is welcoming. So obviously, you're not, again, as Dragonborn, as Kenku, you are definitely not bothersome. The dwarves actually have I guess, a high they have a high esteem of the dwarves as well. So, Dorg, they're kind of deferential to you since you are the dwarf in the party as well.
Hmm. Get a spot of breakfast. I like the smell of carbon.
Absolutely, no problem, kind dwarf. And so he does turn to the rest of you and offer to, get you whatever it is that you may want. So for you, Zidian, your tea. Is there anything else anybody else would like?
Cool. A spot of breakfast.
Yeah, is it morning?
It
I
is
assume if
late
we're asking
morning. Yeah, you're right near the
late morning.
noonday meal. But they can easily prepare breakfast. He offers that for a good dwarf he would prepare breakfast any time of day.
Yep, some bread and some stew would do me fine.
All right.
And
He
a
says that
glass
would
of
be
ale
even
to
easier.
squish it.
Yeah, the rest of the will go with just the standard local fare.
Okay. All right. Very good.
Blend in.
Okay. All right. So you give him your orders, and he moves off to the back. He very quickly comes out with whatever it is that you ordered to drink for you, and for some of you who ordered stew, it's also brought out immediately. For a spot of breakfast, though, it's taking a little bit longer to actually take care of the eggs and some of the meats. But it's definitely underway now.
I mean, I was just repeating what he said, but yeah.
I got you. You're a Kinku. Nevermore. Nevermore.
Hmm.
All right. Anything else?
No, sir.
Who's all in this place? Who do we got for patrons?
Right. So you have what appear to be a table full of shopkeepers, and then the other table that is filled right now is it actually looks like a family. They look a little bit worse for wear in general, but uh, anyway, they kind of stand out to you. At the bar, there is what is probably, if you had to guess, you'd probably think it may be somebody from, one of the larger cities around here, potentially, trading in some goods of some sort. It's a, long traveler's cloak, that he is surrounded with. But that's who's in here right now.
I'd like to go up to the barkeeper or the establishment
Mm-hmm.
and offer to buy that family breakfast without them noticing. So
Okay.
I think I'll do a sleight of hand and hand them some gold and whisper, let's just buy these guys breakfast.
Okay. Very good.
I'll pay for the table too while
All
I'm
right.
there.
All right. That's taken care of, and very quickly, some additional food, comes out. Uh, they certainly are looking around. And actually, I will. Are you trying to be really Okay.
Yep.
Yes. I like
Yep.
it. I like it. Okay. Oh, but unfortunately, you are noticed. So the father or the patron of the family gets up and comes over to you and says, kind dwarf, were you responsible for this?
Well, I was settling my debt. I don't know what you're talking about.
He kind of rolls his eyes at you and says, well, regardless, thank you very much. We are in a little bit of a bad spot right now. And wow. Okay, so we're in a little bit of a bad spot right now, and any help like this is well appreciated. So he's extremely thankful for that. Um, Anything else you want to specifically try to say to him at this point?
Well, you gonna join us for breakfast, and you and your family. We have nothing to hide. We're just sitting around eating a spot of breakfast and enjoying the sights. Come
Okay.
join us.
All right. Well, basically they'll push together the next closest table, and he and his wife that he introduces, and his two younger children, who are, when I say younger, I mean probably about 7, 8 years old, and they're not the same age. One looks like they're a little bit younger than the other, but they both look to be obviously less than 10 years old. They are humans, and you know, gladly join you to eat some food and just to talk a little bit.
Oh, I like it.
Hmm.
I end up playing with the kids a little bit,
Okay.
telling them jokes. You know, PG-13 stuff, of course.
Pooh, just take the E off the end and make it drunken horse. Pooh.
I
Love
look
it.
over at Nevermore like, oh my god.
Hmm. So, while Dorog is entertaining the youth, um, looking at you and your great sword Zidian, um, the the father leans over to you and uh, he asks if you're here to take care of the problems that have been going on.
I'm unfamiliar with all of the problems, but if you need assistance, we will help.
He says,
Did Zidian say unfamiliar or is familiar?
unfamiliar.
Yeah. Yeah, Zarethra will also say problems. Tell us about these. He'll play dumb.
So he says, "Have you heard about um, the beasts that have been roaming across the countryside?" He says, "Our entire house was utterly destroyed in the middle of the night. We were lucky to get out of there with our lives."
What's this?
Beasts or beef?
Oh my gosh.
Just messing. We will definitely confront the beasts if we can find them. Do you have an idea where they could be?
Or what did they look like?
He says the beast that destroyed our house was 9 feet tall. It was all skin and bones. It was massively powerful. And he said, "We don't live in a, we didn't live in a, a very well-to-do place or anything like that. Just a little, two-room shack. But it literally knocked down the walls and destroyed the fireplace. And when everything came crumbling down, they got lucky. They were actually uh, caught between the beds. So when the wall fell down, it actually laid over the top of them, and they were not crushed, and the villagers were able to dig them out. But that now they're staying here at the inn, here in town, until the town can help them rebuild their cottage."
I looked to the woman of the family and I said, "They destroyed your hearth. Did they destroy your spice rack?"
Everything is destroyed.
I don't like it.
Any, as Zidian asked, any idea where this beast came from or where it went?
Well, these ruins have appeared on the edge of town, and the oldest dwarf in town, who happens to be the wife of the innkeeper here. The oldest dwarf in town actually is she has some recollection of what she thought was not ruins, but a tower, when she was a youth, that was here in the similar location outside of town. But rumor was that it had disappeared entirely on its own, and this is hundreds of years ago. Uh, they think that the beasts have been coming from those ruins.
Well, it's before my time. That
Yeah,
wife must be fairly old.
you're just a young, spry dwarf. Yes. Yes, she is nearing 200 years old.
Hmm. Like to meet her someday.
Yep.
What does this dwarf do? What's his role in the village or town?
Her role
Yes.
yes, her role in the village is actually as the town administrator. So she is responsible for keeping the records of the town. So the barkeep brings back the rest of your food, and you have an opportunity to ask him about his wife if you'd like.
Yeah, definitely. So his wife is the dwarf
That's
woman?
correct. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so Zarethra will flag him down and he'll say, "Good sir, we are but simple merchants passing through, but we have some administrative issues we'd like to address. Can you point us in the right direction?"
Well, of course, I think you're probably aware now that my wife is the administrator. If you're if you're asking specifically for that,
Yeah,
I could fetch her as needed.
yeah. Zarethra asks how one would arrange a meeting with.
Well, he says that she's still in her office in the back of the back of the inn, and he could simply ask her to come forward, or if it needed to be a private meeting, that you could go back.
We're in luck.
Yeah. All right. Let's go back there. Let's talk to this lady.
I'm for it.
All right.
Nobody's
So let's assume that you politely finish your food, and do you say or do anything else with the family there?
I want to say, keep safe. You ever need refuge, just come over to the dwarves. We'll house you.
Both the husband and wife are extremely appreciative. All right. So you guys head to the back room, and it's interesting because it is half again as large as the common room. There are cabinets everywhere, mainly bookshelves that hold scrolls or books. A couple of different chests that are there. A very large desk fills the middle of the room. And interestingly, though, the only other chair is literally a stool that is up against one of the work tables. So that's all that's back here. Um, she introduces herself as Philly, Fili. Here, I'll put that in. Yep, we'll capitalize her name for you, but Philly, and she is the town record keeper.
drunken horse.
All right. You've got her attention. What can I do for you, fellas?
Yeah, so Zarathra will kind of in private here drop any pretense and just ask her, what. So tell us what's going on with this hideout, this not hideout, this Archmage's tower or
Yep.
whatever.
So
Whatever.
she reiterates some of the the background that you've heard from others, but then she says, other than that, I'd just be guessing, but there are a lot of rumors.
He'll ask if she has anything in the archives here, and he'll kind of motion to the bookshelves that might help us learn
Again,
more.
nothing necessarily in the archives, but definitely, people talk, and so they're, you know, uh, I guess the main place that she would start is that they think that this place belonged to Deldraman.
What's the last rumor you heard, Philly?
Well, first of all, I'll put some of these things in chat, but although he was extremely secretive, he didn't have a great reputation. Wasn't necessarily known for being that powerful of a spellcaster. Yeah.
As Zarathra says, I know the type.
She goes on to comment that even though he didn't have that great reputation, that his greatest creation was supposed to be an extraplanar hideaway located in the outer planes, not here.
Huh?
He's not a great spellcaster, but he makes me an extra planar. Okay.
He got lucky one day.
Yep.
Scrolls can be found.
He's kind of a one-hit wonder. Speaking of which, does Zarathra make his usual perusal of the office to see if there's anything worth maybe
All right.
coming
Go ahead
for
and
at a later date?
go ahead and
Yeah,
give
I don't
me a
think
roll.
annoying with.
Yep.
As he does, Zidian just stands guard and makes sure the rest of the party is secured.
Okay. The party is definitely staying secured, and yeah, you don't notice anything out of the ordinary here. Before we get to a place where I need it, though, and I will show everybody this, I'm going to click on the options, and then I'm going to go to the dice tower, and I'm going to turn the dice tower on, which should give everybody a dice tower in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, which you can
Yep.
relocate as needed. And I will actually show my rolls on so that when I roll them in the chat window, you guys can see them. But if I roll them in the dice tower, you won't be able to see them. So,
Perfect.
all right.
At the mention of this extraplanar hideaway, outer planes stuff, the Kenku's going to kind of chirp up. I'm trying to figure out how to say this with the sentences I have. So he's going to say, "Cool, same mistakes as last time. Cool." Hopefully, because these guys have been hanging out with me for a while, they get that I speak in snippets, like some know.
Oh, yeah.
So hopefully they'll maybe pick up. I'm trying to say, did the fact that this ruins just appeared in this extraplanar hideaway, do they have a connection? I know that seems like a giant leap, but hey, let's go with it. Come on, coach.
There has to be a connection here. I think the mage has defied the gods. Even the Birdman says it.
Yeah, well,
Destroyed my track.
she's listening to you as you talk about this, and she says you may be right, but one of the things that you want to watch out for is that, he did have guardians. Uh, he's rumored to have had guardians that would attack and kill anything that got close. So definitely be careful. About this time, the innkeep moves or comes back through the door from the common room, and he hands you a scroll, Dorog. He says this just came from the Dwarven City.
Oh, there's the seal. Yes. Yep. He starts to try to break the seal and open it up.
Yep. What's the group? The Talend? Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's from your order.
Well, so what does it read? What do
All
I
right.
see?
So what it says is, Dorog, things are more serious than we thought. We have had to destroy a devil that was roaming the countryside. No idea how this is happening, but you must destroy whatever it is that is allowing these terrible creatures to get through.
I'll paraphrase that. Gentlemen, put down your mugs, pick up your arms. We're gonna take a little visit to the ruins. Something is very, very wrong. These ruins and these happenings have desecrated these lands, and now they threaten even our own people. We must act soon. Gather yourselves, pick up your arms, brothers. We will go to the ruins soon.
All right. We're at the top of the hour here, so why don't I suggest? I think you guys are about to head out, so why don't I suggest a very quick AFK for anybody that needs a bio break or a drink of water. Everybody okay with that?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Please be back at 15 after the hour.
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, and we are back. All right, so I think you guys are basically ready to head out. Anything else you need? Any equipment you may feel you could buy in town that you don't already have?
Oh, and I'll say a prayer to Domathoin to reveal the secrets that we need for success.
Okay.
Explosives? There are explosives for sale?
There are no
Like some
explosives for sale. Sorry. All right. So you guys, you get your mounts and you are able to head very quickly towards the direction that you've been given. Um, you get to a place where it really gets difficult to, to keep the horses with you. And so you find a good place to a good clearing to actually tie the horses up where you're sure that they should be safe. Um, assuming nothing bestial stumbles across them, but you really don't have another choice. So you do tie them up at an old fallen tree, and you keep going down the trail on foot now. Okay, so as you guys go down this trail, it finally ends up terminating at the remains of what must have once been a grand tower. It is a large area, multiple rooms or multiple walls and sections to it. There are no floors above the kind of the 10-foot level. It is just ruined walls that are standing there. Um, uh, they're not intact. They're definitely falling down, and vines and branches are starting to pretty much cover everything. You have rubble and briars and thick patches of weeds all over the entire area. So it's not quite difficult terrain, but it's darn close.
Hmm. So it's just some like low standing walls that are left above ground.
That is correct. Low being 10-foot walls. I mean,
Yeah.
you can't see over them at this point. So.
Okay. Well, what do you guys think? Should we scout around or try the front door? The direct approach.
I'm a front door kind of guy.
I'll do some sneaking. Hold on there. So I'm gonna cut off from the group and go sneak.
Where you going, Birdman?
All right, hold on just a second. Let me give you a map. Um, all right. Let us go to images and specifically, whoa. I hit the wrong button there. No, I don't want to import all campaign assets. Whoops, Aaron. Yeah.
Everything I know, and you still don't know a beep thing.
Yep. Just trying to click too quickly. Okay. Make this a nice size. All right. When I share this with you, it will of course be black until I put you on it. Okay. And now we will actually place each of you on the map. All right. So you have actually come in from the north. All right. Nevermore. Zarathra. Dorg. Zidian. And then let's put Glacken on here as well. Okay. All right. So you all should be able to see the ruins. And as you hopefully can see, line of sight does seem to be working as well.
Yep. What's so is it kind of like early afternoon? How long did it take us to get out here?
Yeah, so it's actually tending towards evening. It is probably, it's probably about an hour or two of riding, and then another couple of hours of fighting your way through the underbrush. So you're looking at about 3 or 4 o'clock in the late afternoon. Okay.
Okay.
Um, in the in that first area down there, uh, so I'm describing this, to all of you because you can see in it, but nevermore you're really getting there. Um, Really, there are large piles of tower rubble in this entire area, and it's covered up with weeds. And nearby, on basically in the center of that southern wall, is one broken wall that leans precariously against another. Okay. So I have a stealth roll, and just for the sake of making this as dynamic as I want it to be, let's by default make our rolls in the tower, and we will go from there.
Okay.
I just got to share. I mean, you had rolled a 21, and then you rolled a natural 20. So yeah, not a damn thing knows that you're actually out there. So
I am.
yep,
Bird light as a feather.
yep. All right, so you are able to very easily, very quickly, move along that western wall, um, and you are,
I just keep an eye
definitely
on him in case he gets in trouble.
hmm
So, and I have my blade drawn.
makes sense. Okay.
I'm readying an action.
All right. What action is it that you would like to ready?
I'm going to bring out my light crossbow,
Okay.
and if anything attacks our dear friend or us within range of my crossbow, I will shoot it,
All right.
as long as I perceive it as hostile.
Okay.
So I will put up the ready action.
This might be a good time for Zarathustra to cast his mage armor.
Okay. Go ahead and do so, please.
Okay. Whoops. Let me fix that.
And I have removed my shield bonus because I have my crossbow out.
Yep. That is appropriate. All right. And can I get another stealth check, please, from you, Nevermore? Still in the tower. All right. So you feel like you're still being pretty sneaky.
Oh, that's no good when you say that.
And your voice is breaking up just a little bit too, Johnny. So
Yeah, I said that's good when you say that. Um, do I see any like smaller animals, insects, anything like that kicking around?
Is he writing a book about astrophysics?
yeah, Johnny, your microphone or whatever is very um, computer-like. We can barely
Robotic.
Boy,
understand you.
he's a bird.
It is more bird-like, isn't it?
It sure
Sound
is.
like something from an 80s video arcade game or something. Like
Yep.
Robotron.
Tookie.
The avian
Little
Cylon.
humans. Yeah, yeah, that's right.
He's gonna rejoin.
Okay. I will say something tactically while they're waiting is I would assume that you'd want to stick to the walls, although they're not dwarven. This way we don't get surrounded.
It's not a bad plan.
To the walls! The shorter you are, the better they are.
Yeah, whether it's the window or the wall, let's do it.
Okay.
Reminds me of the old battle tactics class that I took at one time. Do you have any familiar with the design of a fort that is only triangular? No? Well, they thought at one time it'd be better to only defend 3 walls instead of 4.
All right. You're showing up, but there's no sound now coming from you, Johnny.
Hmm. Anybody care to wager what type of headset he may be having?
The cheap kind?
Not just that. What was the warning I had said earlier?
Oh, a wireless headset? Yeah.
That's right.
No, it's dead plugged in. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you now. That's much better.
Yep, perfect.
Discord being crazy. All right. Anyhow, are there animals or little like rodents or insects scurrying around me in this general area?
There are insects around here, but you don't even see any rodents. There doesn't seem to be anything animal-like anywhere near you. But also make a perception check, please, in the dice tower. All right. You accidentally bang your head against one of the rocks while you're trying to look around.
I'm a bird, man. Give me a break.
You thought you saw an insect. There you go. You thought it was a snack.
I'll just wave the guys forward then, because I don't really see anything that makes me think we need to be cautious.
Okay. Guys, y'all have been waved forward. Right now, feel free to, kind of move your tokens where you're expecting it to be. All right. For those watching at home, I can approve all of this movement. You can also unlock the tokens and let them roam free if that works better for your judging style. But all part of the way that the interface works. All right. About the time you get here, you step on a pile of rubble and you make a little bit of noise when you do that.
Well, shit. I'll look back at the other guys and kind of shrug, like, "Whoops."
I just kind of said, well, you blew the cover, so I just speak freely. And I says, well, you stepped in it now. That's what you get when you're eating on the job.
Zerethra would like to try to kind of like stick to the shadows and hide if that's possible, while keeping up with you as much as possible.
Okay, please do make a stealth check in the tower.
So he pulls his cloak's hood over himself, and just one moment for that.
All right, and where are you gonna move yourself around?
I'll sort of stick to the nooks and crannies of the walls, I guess.
That's not possible.
Okay.
It says
I'll
you
do his
just
best.
rolled 2 1s. Yeah, that.
Oh, that's not possible. Okay.
No. Do it again,
Well,
please. Put the
he-
effect on you and then roll it again, please.
Okay, sure.
All right, so you appropriately put the Cloak of Elvenkind on you. I see what the rolls were. Yeah, maybe it legitimately did roll 2 ones, but
It's
this time
possible.
it seems to have rolled much better. Okay.
So he gave you advantage. Very kind.
That's his Cloak of Elvenkind.
Yeah.
I think he gave you the advantage of rolling again.
Oh yeah, that too. Um, what I was worried, Aaron, is that that um, situation where
Spell effect.
sometimes, yeah,
Yeah, I've heard
the
of that.
exact same result comes up every time.
Mhm.
Tabarkus and I were actually teaching the judges, uh, and we started rolling, and literally we rolled like solid 19s, like all of us were rolling, and so it was like 7 of us rolling, and we all rolled 19s, like 3 or 4 times in a row each. So it was weird, very weird.
That's coincidental.
Mm-hmm.
Improbable, but possible.
Yep. So I am approving this movement now. Everybody hold on just a second. So, Dorug, about the time that you get there, this wall to the southeast of you starts to fall towards you. Would you please make a dexterity saving throw?
I'm not very dexterous.
No, you are not. All right, hold on just a second.
You got a good dex, but didn't
Yep,
roll too well.
yep. All right. Yep. I'm sorry, but you weren't quick enough to jump out of the way, and so now
Dwarven
you are
pancake.
actually you're not hurt too much by it here. So there's just a little bit of damage from the stones falling on you. Oh, yeah, just a tiny bit of damage from the stones falling on you. Um, but you are now restrained. And so for those of you watching at home, we actually we open up the effects window.
I see. Don't stick to the walls.
That's right. Yep. Don't stick to the walls, right?
I reversed my decision.
Mm-hmm. All right. And you are now restrained. At the same time, you can't see this, but the rest of you see uh, where the wall was. Right behind the wall is, oh crap, that's the wrong button. Sorry. And here. Okay. Um, so behind the wall that has just toppled over onto uh, onto Dorug, you now see an owl beast. Okay, so
Nice.
technically, Dorug, you don't see that, but Zaruthra and Zidian and well, Nevermore, you're having a hard time, but you hear the wailing and the screaming that is going on here. So,
I don't see
Okay.
it, but I smell it.
okay, everybody roll for initiative, please. All
Man,
right.
for that initiative there, buddy. Wow.
Yep.
Does this thing look at all what was described, tearing up the houses, or?
No, this doesn't look
Yeah.
anything like that. So I've actually got a nice picture for you of this guy shoving. Oh, this is even better. It's got a picture of him shoving the wall down onto you.
Hmm.
Yeah. Yep. There you go. All right. So that is what you guys see. Okay. Dorug, it is your turn. You are restrained. I need a athletics check, please,
Okay.
for you to escape.
kind of start muttering to myself, "Get this damn wall off me. It's not dwarven made, I told you." Yep, I'm stuck. Somebody help me.
Actually, that's yeah, natural fumble there, natural one fumble. Yeah, there's a little bit more damage when you move the wall. You end up taking a little bit more damage this time too. So.
Plus, my voice sounds worse. Come on,
That's
I'm
right.
in pain.
Skeleton cutting at his best right there.
Yep. All right. And I had forgotten to actually make it your turn, but the combat tracker allows us to control whose turn it is. So Dorog, I did put it on you. Would you pass your turn now?
Sure.
Okay. And for everybody watching at home, you can see how the combat tracker puts everybody in the right order for attacks as well. All right, so this owl beast, it is definitely rampaging now, and you are definitely going to be at a disadvantage. But it clambers over the wall, and then it actually claws out at you. Okay.
Oh,
Oh yeah, with advantage.
my
And
God, I can't defend myself. Help!
yep.
Stomatoid!
All right, and given that you're already restrained, it's not going to try to actually uh, do anything worse to you.
I'm on
So,
the ground.
yep. All right, Zaruthra.
All right, so I'm going to try to maneuver myself a little, put a little distance between
Okay.
myself, maybe get behind a little bit of cover, and then I want to fire a crossbow bolt
Yep.
if I can.
Absolutely.
Oh, I said help me, not run from me.
All right. You are able to launch that crossbow, and it easily thuds into the large owl beast.
It's a good shot.
Okay,
All right.
and that's
All right. Nevermore. All right. You come back. Okay.
Jeez. Okay. Yeah. I will lift my bow. I will bonus action activate my gathering swarm. I think that's how that works. Yes.
Yep. I think so. I have the physical book here next to me if I need to look it up.
Yeah, I got it. Oh, you don't actually have to activate anything. Okay. And then I will lift my oath bow up. I will say swift death to my enemies, and I will let loose. Sorry.
Oh, very nice. You let loose, and your aim is true.
All kinds of other stuff. So it should have rolled the 3d6, but it didn't for some reason. Interesting. Huh. I'll have to look at that in a second. Here, I'll just do this.
If only there were an easy manual way to fix that.
There was. I just did it. So
I
I
know.
picked up the D6. I clicked 3 times on my right mouse button to make 3d6, and then I dropped it in the chat window. So now you could just apply to the guy.
Yep. Very good.
And wait, there's more. Let me make sure I'm reading this right. And I will also make him my favored foe.
Okay.
So it doesn't matter this round, but next time it will.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it for me.
All right. Pass your turn. Zidian, somebody needs a little bit of tanking.
Yes, sir. I'm on it. I intentionally stepped directly between them,
Mhm.
and let's go ahead and put the smack down. I am going to use one of my abilities as a fighter.
Yep.
To use an action surge, which will give me an extra action.
Mhm.
So that'll allow me 3 attacks.
Yep.
All right, I'm going to highlight this guy. Make sure we have him targeted. Let's go to town. Oh, brutal. There we go.
Yep. All right. Well done. And your third. Oh, another hit. All right. Well done.
All right, I'm passing my turn.
Yep.
You guys are getting all the action. Get me out of here.
I'm working on it.
No doubt. Okay. So, by the way, on the maps, just as I mentioned, each one of the squares are actually 5-foot squares, and typically you try to keep your characters within the 5-foot squares, but it allows you to go half squares if that is something that was needed or required. I'm probably off just a little bit with the way my placement of the owl beast, but anyway, just it's the way that the tabletop works. So, all right. So now it is Glacken Hornbender's turn, and I didn't think I rolled too badly when I rolled initiative, but somehow I ended up at the bottom.
Come on, me
But,
kid.
yep.
What are you standing there for?
All right. But Glacken is uh, n- definitely interested in um, getting a sneak attack. The other guy is fully engaged with Zidian, and so we will try to play this rogue right so that he's opposite where the action is going on, definitely hiding himself, and we will have a bonus action of trying to hide again at the end of our turn. But that would give me advantage on my attack. And let us see if we can. All right. See if we can slide a short bow arrow into his neck from behind. All right. And we do. We make solid contact with my short bow. Note that the interface automatically knows that we fired an arrow, and it makes a check mark for one of the 20 ammo that I have listed. So that's very nice that it tracks that for me. Barton, I need a little bit of quick rogue help. At 7th level, what's the additional damage?
Oh, 7th level. Hold on just a second, I'll tell you.
Yep.
Book right next to me.
Well, I'll go ahead and just roll the damage, and then we will add the sneak attack damage. Again, this is our ability to very quickly take care of it, even manually.
Yeah, and one of the things about Fantasy Grounds that I love the
46.
most is the fact that you can do a lot of this stuff low tech. You can actually manually add bonuses, add effects, that kind of thing.
Yep. All right. Did you
I got
say
46 on that.
46?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Oh, holy cow.
Boom shakalaka.
Oh
All
yeah.
that damage.
Three
Oh yeah.
sixes in there. Nice. Nice.
Yeah, this arrow slices into the owl beast's neck, and there's lots of blood coming out at this point.
That hurt.
Yep. All right. So he passes his turn. Dorug, it is your turn again. Give me a strength or an athletics check, please.
You
Come
can
on,
do
boys,
it.
hold me down. Ugh.
Ugh.
Oh, Dorg. Yeah, at least there's no additional damage caused by you this round. Okay. You still get an action. What do you want to do?
Can he look for like use his stone cunning to kind of look for like breaks in the stones or?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's straightforward. You know, he's got to make an
They're
athletics
dwarven
check to get
walls,
out.
they're telling
Just
you.
looking for an angle there for a
Yeah,
bonus.
But they're not dwarven walls.
That's right.
Humans built these walls. See what happens?
Yep.
Let's
Well, I
see.
mean, honestly, if it was a dwarven wall, you might have been crushed. So,
I'd rather die than suffer here.
That's right.
Let's see. So, my action is to tell the others to quit pissing around and take this thing down so I can get out from underneath here. That's my action.
You okay?
So I'll pass my turn.
Mm-hmm. All right. This thing is incensed that you've come between it and its prey, Zidian. So you are very clearly in the crosshairs now. He first tries to bite at you. You get splattered with the blood off of his neck, but he definitely makes contact with his beak. So, yeah, nice. What just happened?
Oh, Zidian.
Whoa, 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 whoa! I just did the damage to myself. That's not right. Right.
Yes.
Yeah, that's not.
as a player, I'll
So-
allow it.
So for the record,
Look,
this is
walk
exactly
on.
what I was talking about. Because I misaligned the Owl Beast. It had Zidian over the top, or it actually had the Owl Beast over the top. But yeah, instead, what's going to happen is, and it's very easy for me just to drag this damage actually to Zidian instead of me. Now that I've given myself back the points. All right, but he still has another attack, Zidian, and now he reaches out and claws at you,
Now we need.
and he hits you.
Remember,
Yep.
the Owl Beast
So-
is unconscious.
Yeah, it shouldn't have been unconscious, right? But it's funny because it still hits anyway. So even
That's
with
why the
yeah,
disadvantage.
even with disadvantage, that's right. All right, but I'm able to remove that. And anyway, a couple of things happen. First of all, he reaches out and claws you, but he's now trying to. Oh, that's the wrong one. I hit you a third time, but I'm only going to do damage once. All right, but he reaches out and claws at you, but now he is actually trying to actually, you are grappled, and in order to, which means that you can still take your action, but you can't move. Your movement's reduced to 0. But if you fail, he will actually end up doing additional damage to you next time. All right. So I have passed my turn. Zarathustra.
All right, Zarathustra is going to rush up here at a brisk walk. And maybe I need to get closer. My spell has a 10-foot range.
Yep. I am approving.
And he's going to poison spray, so I don't know if this will work with, but work as in tactically speaking.
Mm-hmm. And he made his saving throw.
Okay, that's all right. I was hoping to put this thing down.
Poison spray prevents, or a save prevents any damage.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Nevermore, I have approved that movement.
Nevermore will draw again, and he'll caw and say, properly equipped and have a plan. And then he will let loose again, now with his gathering swarm activated. So as the arrow flies out, a swarm of small-looking little black ravens follows the arrow and also goes after the guy. Let me roll.
Heavens!
Oh,
Look
yeah.
out!
Yeah.
Bird,
You,
bird, I love it.
you're obviously in very close, and it's easy for you to get a bead on him at this point. Um, you feel, extremely comfortable as soon as you let that half of a breath out and you steady for the shot. You let that shot go, and it buries itself into his maw. Um, he coughs once, but your arrow has apparently pierced his spine as well, and so he immediately goes limp and then falls dead to the ground.
Cool. As bonus action, I will condense my swarm around me and give myself a flying speed of 10 feet.
Yep. All right. I allow that. All right.
All right.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So a little bit of surprise there with the owl beast jumping out at you, but as you look around, nothing else has come out of the woodwork. During this time.
Zerethra will say, what was that plan again?
Stay by the walls.
Ah, yes. Okay. I can never remember the plan.
Good thing.
All right. So continuing your exploration.
Well, I'm still restrained under this wall.
Yeah,
So-
somebody ought to help him out. You know what? Just for argument's sake, though, I'm going to make you make an athletics check, and somebody can assist you. As a matter of fact, you could have everybody
I'll
assist
happily
you.
assist. Hold on just a second. I don't just try to pull half of them out. I try to get the whole dwarf.
Okay. All right, and you actually you by yourself are able to definitely lift the wall off of him. Thank goodness.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Good thing I didn't have to take a you know what.
Well, that was a pressing situation.
Oh
He's
goodness.
like asking, is everybody okay? I'm not. I need to rest for about maybe an hour.
Zerethra was going to offer his grease spell, but didn't need it.
Nope,
have any
they got
bacon.
him out before the grease. Yeah, that certainly could have helped.
Well, if you're done being Giles Corey, let's see what we can figure out here.
Gideon's
So you're trying to post
grab-
up the rest?
Trying to do what? Nevermore?
Is Aaron trying to post up the rest? Was that the evil plan there?
I want to at least heal a little bit before we move in.
I think that's a good idea. We definitely want.
We don't need to rest necessarily, but we need to at least do a little bit of healing. I mean, that would be ideal. What do you guys think?
The tank does not deny that that's a great idea.
Okay.
So
I'm
can
fine
we do
either
it
way.
for rest and use our hit die, or do we just use some spells?
You definitely can use your hit
heal.
die. So
Only
I will.
1 point.
Darn.
Let me go ahead though and officially have a short rest.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well, I used my hit die, so
Mm-hmm.
I'm good. So everyone else looks pretty decent. Zidian, you look quite wounded. The
Yep.
bird got you.
You need to use one or more of your hit die there, Zidian.
I'm trying to. Yeah, it looks like it's working.
It's the death save.
It's right
yeah,
beside it.
Oh, sorry.
Click the dice shadow, yeah.
I apologize.
And you died.
No.
There we go.
Wow. Okay, that's a good one.
Good
Yeah.
roll.
All right, you
I
got
like it.
6 more, but you don't have to use them. So up to you.
I'm not
Very
gonna be
nice.
stingy.
Very nice. I think you probably
I
should
think I'm
stop
all right,
there.
guys.
There you go.
I think I plugged it. A little cotton, some duct tape. We're good to go.
All right.
I like it.
Very good. Okay.
If only I could mend these walls, I'd be here for years.
That's right.
Okay, Zidian, you can go first this time.
All right. Let's keep the ball rolling here, Zidian.
Yep. Should we circle around to the south, or you want to squeeze through that little opening to the east that the Kenku was going through?
I'm going to vote for the South, just for exploratory purposes. Let's see what's going on there.
Okay. As you move past that fallen wall, you're in another, kind of squared off area, but you do not see anything in particular. At the same time, the Kinku is slipping through the hole in the wall. Okay, and Kinku, you actually are now able to see something else. Let me see if this. I don't know if this works this way. Yep, that worked. All right. You want to communicate something to everybody?
Right, and my amazing vocabulary.
Uh
Destroyed your hearth and your spice rack.
huh.
Robbie Pride.
Someplace that serves ale.
All right, y'all can keep moving.
It's all locational stuff I got, guys. A lot of the other things I have written involve Leyrune being under a wall. You know what I mean?
Get me out of here.
All right. Enough of you are in the area. I'll share this with everybody, but basically it looks like this area is a little bit. I mean, the walls are a little bit more intact around it. It really does look like what used to be the center of the tower. Um, in a obviously an odd way. Uh, they're flagstones that have absolutely no weeds on them. Yes, purple, so that's Nevermore, pointing at flagstones. Let me approve the rest of this movement.
Yes, we should check that wall.
Yep.
Can I like suss anything out with these flagstones?
So, well, you do note that there seems to be something maybe faded on the northern wall here.
So up there.
Yes, that is correct. On that northern wall, there appears to be maybe a faded drawing or a faded fresco.
Zarathustra would try to clear some of that moss off and see if there's if there's anything underneath it, or
Okay.
any kind of like runes or.
Yes. So you are definitely able to clear it off, and you have to step back away from it. You're too close to see or understand exactly what it is when you're actually there, right? So, okay.
That's just hilarious.
Yep, that makes sense.
Yep. But the image actually portrays a robed man standing on a flagstone path, really not dissimilar to the one in this area, and holding an ornate staff overhead with both hands. The frescoed man is human, he's bearded, and has a stern expression on his face.
He thinks he has a beard.
Hmm.
Drunken horse.
But hopefully the staff is not key to doing whatever. So is it? That's it. There's like nothing happening in there otherwise.
Nothing happening there
I mean,
otherwise.
on the picture, yeah. Okay. Well, I still think we should check out this eastern wall. Maybe somebody who knows how to find.
Okay. Let's see, that's Nevermore, right? That just approached the eastern wall. So as Nevermore, as you approach that eastern wall, uh, the wall itself starts to glow in an outline area that's about 6 feet high from the ground and about 4 feet wide and centered on the path.
Nevermore's eyes will go wide, and he'll turn and look back at them and say, "Same mistakes as last time."
I think Zarathustra will suggest we all stay on the flagstones. He'll I don't know, he'll try like raising his he only has a dagger, but he'll try raising it overhead and as the wizard in the picture and see if anything happens.
So the space on the wall at this point actually starts to, as you raise your hands and approach the wall with hands raised, it actually starts to fill with swirls of glowing gray mist.
Oh, I think this is reassuring. I think. Well, I suppose I'll advance a little then, kind of slowly.
Okay. It starts to get the mist starts to swirl faster, and you know it's there's more mist as well. Some of it starts to spill out
Well,
onto the ground.
we also kind of need to search around and check for traps as well, which would be a really good idea.
Okay. I assume that what we'd really like is we'd like for um, our rogue to do a little trap searching.
I think that would be an
Okay.
excellent idea. And also,
Yeah.
let's all kind of take a look around and make sure there's nothing else in the area.
I'm on it.
All right. My rogue is going to his. Oops. I need the skills. All right. All right. Searching for traps.
Zarathustra has a tendency to follow his impulses.
Okay. I am absolutely 100% I'm Glacken, and I'm absolutely 100% positive that there are no traps in this area.
But as the DM.
No. As Glacken. Glacken could be right, Glacken could be wrong, but Glacken feels 100% sure that Glacken has identified that there are no traps in the area.
Well, I'll kind of maintain a very slow pace walking towards this thing. I'm a little. I don't want to like lose this thing that's happening.
Yep. Okay. So and as you get closer, you know you're feeling that while you can't see anything there, it is it's definitely um, something's going on that is definitely uh, meaningful. All right. Uh, Nevermore,
Zarathustra.
give me a perception check, please. All right. Um, you almost bump your head again, but barely, pull back before you smack it on the ground. Just saying.
I'm thinking there's more danger
Right.
from
Smooth bird, baby.
the walls falling on us than anything else.
I agree. The architecture in this place is hostile.
That's out of character.
I'm taking some of my own advice and just kind of looking around and seeing what's going on.
Okay. All right. Give me a.
Zarathustra utters a little prayer to Saluna.
Yep. Give me
As he keeps going.
investigation check, please, Zidian.
On it.
You get dizzy as you start looking around, and
So much
you're
focusing.
feeling some vertigo here. So between you and Nevermore, I'm not sure that anybody's
So
going to
much not
find
slicing
anything.
things with a sword.
Somebody else ought to be doing some investigating other than you and Nevermore.
Only we had a rogue who had an
Yep.
in with the
That's a good
gods.
idea. A rogue that has an in with the gods. Okay. Rogue is searching around. Rogue is looking. Rogue
I
doesn't know what
apologize. I
to.
just got booted. I'm coming back in.
Okay, Rogue doesn't know what to, what to necessarily look for because he's not really actually controlled by the gods. And let's
Rogue is
give
looking for any artifacts or hidden caches, things like that.
a very good idea. All right, Rogue doesn't find anything in this area. Rogue goes to the next area. Um, Rogue makes another investigation check. Yeah, Rogue is not finding anything at this point.
Rogue is fired. No.
Rogue is
Stepping a
making
mile.
better rolls than Nevermore does. Just saying. All right. Anybody else want to do some investigating?
I'll investigate more. Hold on. Let me see.
Mhm.
Investigation. Oh, that's a bad roll for me, man. Oof.
I would like to do a stonework check, please.
Okay. Oh my gosh.
So, just observing around the area and what I've observed and experienced before, being
Mm-hmm.
partially crushed. I'm gonna make a history check, and with advantage or double
Mm-hmm.
the roll,
Advantage
whatever
is
it says.
fine. Dwarven stonework knowledge. Yep.
Yep. So I'm gonna go ahead and roll that in the dice tower.
I'm going to go with it being better than Lincoln Long's, worse than Erector Set.
Okay. So one of the things that you notice is that it almost seems to be constructed deliberately to look like ruins.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I see.
Yep.
I will I will tell the others what I've noticed. All right, I renege on my advice. Stay away from the walls. They appear to be put here on purpose. Be wary of these walls. They were here to look like a guise of a ruin, but they are not. They appear to be constructed in a very hostile manner, if someone else had put it.
Yep. All right. Zidian, please give me an investigation check.
Yes, sir.
Meph, did I need to tell you that you didn't find anything?
I assumed, yeah.
Okay.
Thanks for rubbing that in.
Oh, thank goodness. All right. So, Zidian, where you're standing, though, basically, there's some crumbling walls just north of you that it looks like maybe it was meant to be a bedroom. Now you think that, based on what Dorg said, that it was meant to look like it used to be a bedroom, but it's deliberately painted this way. Um, there's some stunted shrubs that actually twist through the heaps of rotted wood that may have once been furniture. And as you're looking around, you actually find a key. Okay?
Okay.
All right. So we haven't messed with this yet, but I know most of you are aware. The party sheet has an inventory tab where we can add new items. So
And that would be the one at the top right with the 3 little heads.
yes, the party sheet is the top right with the
Mhm.
3 little
Yep.
heads. Yep. Um, and also we'll give a little experience away for actually finding said key. So, all right. And so you've got a key added and you've got a quest with experience added. And what that does is later on I can award experience as needed. Okay. All right. Bart, I think that's enough bird circling. Y'all should ask Zarathustra exactly what he's found there.
All right. What have you found, sir?
That's a good question. What am I seeing now? Is this mist? Does it look like I can walk
So
into the wall? That's kind of what I'm
it does
anticipating.
look
But
like you could walk into the wall at this point. Yes. So something's weird. Okay.
yep, he's uh he's ready to do that. I guess he'll kind of wait and
Yep.
see,
Oh,
make sure everybody
um,
knows where he's going.
uh,
If you would like, I can go first in case it's dangerous. Unless you
Sure.
think you can sneak through better than
I'd be
me.
happy to hold the portal open if that's possible and go in last. Like,
okay. And not sure what the chances of sneaking are, but obviously the rogue could try a little sneaky, but I think the party needs to decide whether you go first with the tank or you go first with the sneaky. All right.
I'm willing to do either. I was just putting the suggestion. I'm willing to put myself on the line for it.
Yep. All right. So, are you able to communicate what it is that you're going to do, Nevermore?
Sure. Yeah, I'll come around the corner and I'll just go. Just take off the E, and then I'll just walk up and kind of slink through the portal.
All right. So, uh, let me pull up the next map here for us. All right. Very nice. Okay, and so I've got some good information that the adventure gives me about things. So let me actually give this to you. All right. I'm going to give you a description and then I'm going to place you on the map. Okay.
Right.
All right. You're away from the party. You can't communicate that back to them yet. Okay. All right. Zidian, do you go ahead and step through as well?
Yes, sir. I do.
All right.
Just want to make sure everybody else is okay. So.
Wait
Yeah.
for me.
Oh. Okay. I'm sorry, Nevermore. That was actually the the wrong description. We'll get there. Um,
Oh, I was so excited.
I know. Sorry. All right. So Zidian, you actually end up making your way through as well. All right. Okay. So there's still the swirling mist doorway behind you. Okay.
Okay.
10-4.
As soon as the so I'll pop through there last as soon as the rogue and everyone gets in.
Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and everybody's going through the door. So there, Dorog has made it through, and now Glacken has made it through. And finally, we will bring Zerusthra through. Okay. All right. And now, of course, everybody is aware of this, but you have actually come out of the swirling mist into a brightly lit, nearly circular chamber. And to either side, you've got long benches flanking you. I'm sorry, long benches, and each of the benches are flanked by urns. There are 4 suits of plate mail flanking the urns, right? So you can see them on the map. You should be able to see them on the map. Okay? They've got fluted features and horned helms.
I can't see anything on the map.
Oh, hey, how about
Zerusthra says, "Beware the guardians."
I actually share the map with you so that you can see that? Okay.
I was thinking that was completely user error on my part.
It was a user error, it just wasn't your user error. Okay.
Hey, sometimes even, that guy gets a good day.
Oh, this is a big map. Oh my goodness.
The mist is making everything blurry.
Oh, and we got these creepy suits of armor, huh?
Uh-huh.
Great.
What kind of armor does it look like? Does it have like a distinct pattern or any level of uniformity between the different sets?
Um, Definitely significant uniformity between all of them. They all look identical.
Okay, is it like full plate or
Yes, it is full plate, and about this time, the swirling mist, which is on that left-hand wall, the western wall, the swirling mist all of a sudden goes away.
okay?
Do like, can I walk up to one of these suits of armor and do I suspect it has enchantments or anything?
Yeah, I was thinking the same. If Zerusthra could do any kind of Arcana check or anything to see if, actually,
We get to
Go
detect
ahead.
magic to see if they're
Yeah.
magically
I
animated.
yeah, I can do it as a ritual. That takes like
Yep.
10 minutes, I think, though.
Doesn't seem to be any immediate danger here. All right. So you do notice that they're all the same, but you also notice that there is a sigil that's scratched into that western wall that you came through. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Would I would I recognize that? Is that just some kind of like portal type of thing, or
I'm sorry. What's your question?
the sigil? Is that just what we would assume it to be? Just some kind of something to make that portal function, or I can make an Arcana check if I need to,
You
but
could make an Arcana check. Okay, you realize that the sigil means desire.
okay. Well,
What
communicate
if?
with the other.
Okay, I'm gonna raise my hands up like the image, the mural in the other room. Does that do anything?
Raising your hands doesn't do anything.
Well,
All right. As you move over there, all of the suits of armor turn to face you. And they're formidable. They are plate mail, as we discussed. Through the eye visor slit, all you see is a blue glow, but every one of them's facing you now.
Mm.
me?
Yes, Nevermore, you.
I just wanted to make sure it was me.
Yeah, you're going towards that door. Cause this.
Well,
Are they?
I mean,
Are
I
they dancing?
heard.
Just
I
turned.
get curious. You know, it's
I didn't hear the question, Zaratha.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was wondering if they were. Are they moving, or are they just kind of turned and holding their position?
They're starting to move towards him.
Um,
Mm.
we could have the rogue check the door, and this is kind of meta. I do apologize. We could
To
have the rogue check the door, and I could hold the back end while everybody filters through.
all right. Well, unfortunately, the Kinko opened the door before the rogue could check the doors.
I was. Oh, that's not even fair. All right, go ahead.
Well, in other words, everybody else can filter through, and I can hold the retreat. So, and maybe we can close the door and be done with these guys.
Yeah, we have an issue. All right. So just for gameplay sake, though, if you're going to open the door, you're going to open the door. If you're going to move your token somewhere, then whatever happens when you move that token, that place, happens, right? So we'll right now, the second that you open that door. By the way, the two on the eastern side aren't moving. The two on the I'm sorry, I'm saying that backwards. The two on the western side aren't moving. The two on the eastern side are moving. Okay?
You guys just stay still. I'll run down the hallway and they can chase after me. It'll be fine.
I like that plan.
You know what, though? You do need to roll for initiative.
Would you like all of us to, or just him?
Everybody should roll for initiative.
Yes, sir.
I see that I got a quick AFK from Dora Grockfist. We've gone another hour and could stand
You
to
want to take a
have.
quick bio?
Yep,
Or?
I think we do want to take a quick bio. So everybody roll for initiative, and as soon as we come back
Boom.
here at the bottom of the hour, we will start again. Okay? All right, welcome back, everybody. All right, so we have a couple of armored horrors that are now aggressively making moves towards poor little Nevermore. So would everybody please roll for initiative?
I actually did
Yep.
before our break.
All right.
Same.
Yep, me too. I think just the dwarf and the thief are the robe.
If you didn't like it, you could have told me. You hadn't done it yet, but
I kind of like mine.
Honesty is a virtue.
Respectively, so.
oh no, poor thief. He's definitely going last today. Okay. Well, these poor armored horrors. Yeah.
Don't cast grease on these guys.
No.
Yeah.
Need reverse grease on these guys.
Welcome.
All right. So our armored horrors are now between you and Meph. So at this point, we are. Zidian, you did well on your initiative roll. You get to react first, or you get to act first.
Okay. Then in that case, I definitely want to step into the fray and try to offer assistance.
He's still
Um,
grappled, by the way.
Oh,
They,
yep, let's fix
yeah, I
that.
do say, yeah, I'm showing myself grappled. So,
All right, you are no longer grappled. Okay.
so I'm assuming that both of the armored horrors are paying attention to Nevermore, correct?
They are paying attention to Nevermore. Yes.
All right. So I'm gonna attack this one since he's closer to him, or reasonably closer to him.
Yep.
And since I've had a short rest, I can actually do my accent surge again.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna go ahead and use that again, so I can get 3 attacks on it.
Sure.
And let's roll this. Would love more damage, but we'll take it.
Yep. Yep.
There we go.
Yep. You're feeling pretty good. It's almost like you've drunken of a magical potion. Makes you see things that most
No one
people
else
just
could
can't
see.
see. Yep.
May the wings of liberty never lose a feather.
Love it. All right, you're pounding on this thing. You know you've done some good damage to it, but it's still, it's got a few dents in it, but it's still going.
Does it look like I've at least gotten its attention?
You have definitely um, pounded on it enough to get its attention. Yes.
Excellent, thank you.
All right, Dorog.
Yep. I am going to bless them with Dumatoin's blessing.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna upcast this.
Okay.
So I'm gonna actually cast it up to 3rd level, so I can actually bless everybody
Okay.
here, including myself.
Yep.
So I'll use a 3rd level slot, and I'm gonna cast bless on everybody.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And what's the duration of bless?
It says 1 minute. So.
Okay.
And now I will apply the effect of bless. And as far as any other movement or so, I'm just gonna pull out I'm gonna pull Bam Bam out with my shield. That's my turn.
Okay. All right. And do remember that if you get hit, we have to make a concentration check.
It should do it automatically unless you turned it off.
I have not turned it off.
All right,
So.
it'll handle it automatically.
Okay, Zarustra.
All right, if I can, I would like to fire a crossbow bolt. I don't know if there's too many of my allies in the the fray there.
You
At,
are welcome to
the one by
fire
Zitty.
a crossbow bolt, but you will do so. Well, you could move off to the side, either north or south of the other guys, and do it without um, there being cover. But you feel that there would be cover if you fire from where you are now. Yeah.
So maybe
Yep.
that might still be cover, but
Nope. That's fine. You can slide
I'll
one
even
by
step up
Zitty
on the
in there.
bench.
There you
Yeah.
go. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
By the way, as you step up on the bench, all of a sudden the area, the walls seem to fade, and they seem to be replaced by a quaint forest vista. There's twittering bird calls and a faint smell of pine and a gently blowing breeze as well.
Oh,
Is
that's
this only
nice.
for
This
him,
guy.
Nope,
or is this
everybody sees it.
This is like I don't know, the waiting room or something. Very nice.
Felt like the aromatherapy was especially a nice touch. So
Shoot, I'll miss with an 18.
Tough. All right.
Yeah.
Nevermore, it is your turn. And at this point, I'd also like you to weigh in about any, favorite things about the platform, how you like to run games or create games for Fantasy Grounds. But go ahead and take your action first, and then
Sure.
give us a little, give us a little opinion.
Okay, I'm gonna do some damage control for myself, maybe. And I'm gonna cast Zephyr Strike on myself. And then is it possible for me to move through these guys now? Because I've cast that, so my movement doesn't instigate opportunity attacks?
Your problem is that the answer is no, but the problem is basically you've got them lined up, and then you've got your guys preventing them from, moving on the other side as well. So you really wouldn't be able to move through them.
See if I could
Yep.
strength barrel through, but okay, if you can't go out one end, you go out the other, right?
Yep.
All right, so I'm opening that door and rushing through. And once I get to there, I will turn around and fire an arrow back through the door at one of these guys.
Okay, just to be clear, you asked the question though about avoiding the attack of opportunity. You will not avoid the attack of opportunity, but if you step away from them.
Zephyr Strike removes attack of opportunity.
Oh, it does. Can it do it multiple times or just once?
You move like the wind until the spell ends. Your movement doesn't provoke opportunity attack.
You're good. Yep. All right. Oh, so one of the things when you're doing your automatic movement, if you go through a wall or it thinks that your line goes through a wall, it'll actually stop you. So it stopped you right on the thing. I ought to look at how to.
There you go.
Yeah, I ought to look at exactly how to maybe update those doors so it it allows people to go through them. But anyway, go ahead, make your attack.
And then I will do my extra attack.
Oh, this will be a good one.
Hold on, I have to turn off the Zephyr thing. Hold on.
There you go.
Go. Okay, so to answer your question, sorry about that. There's a lot of programs out there that you can do VTT, virtual tabletop role playing on. Even before any of this stuff came out, I remember we used to do it on like Yahoo, and there was some Irk chat type things you used to do it with, but it was much more rudimentary than what you have now. I think the thing that makes Fantasy Grounds brilliant is really you can easily go in there and hand key anything you want to do, just like you could do on pen and paper. I know people say there's a lot of learning curve, quote unquote. I teach primarily the new user class over at Fantasy Grounds. I don't think there is a learning curve. I think there's a time investment, but those aren't the same thing. Learning curve makes you think that it's difficult to learn. Fantasy Grounds isn't difficult to learn. You just need to sit down and play with it. The most valuable learning you're going to do is kind of self-discovery and learning. And a lot of the stuff's already natural because you've been using software your whole life. Hold the control button to get a special click or the shift key, or these things are stuff that already existed in Word and Photoshop and plenty of programs. The other thing I love about it is what you can build. You don't have to just use a mod. I think it's the natural progression of any D&D player. You start as a player and then you dip your toe into DMing, and then eventually you become like this maker type entity. And that's still possible with Fantasy Grounds, much more so than any other program out there. It's not even close to the same thing. So that's really where I think my love for the program comes from.
Nice. Any other, kind of favorite things that you like to do with the platform that other people may not typically do?
I think a lot of people think there's things lost from table to VTT, and I think it's really that puzzle solving of how to make it so you can do it. There's a lot of cool things you can do because of the versatility of the combat tracker, and because of the whisper chat system. You can keep a lot of things between just individual players kind of on the cuff. And also because of that initiative system, sometimes there's just elements you want to have reoccurring environmental conditions or something like that, that you want to have them happening during the combat, but you don't really want your players in the know. And I think it's cool that you can develop things and kind of put them on the blind side in the combat tracker, so they're just there for your side of it, on your side of the DM screen. And it creates an interesting element, and it can be anything. Any environmental condition can ramp a combat up so much. And I think people forget that, and they should use it more inside of Fantasy Grounds, because it's a lot easier than it was doing it on paper back in the day, so to speak.
Yep, that makes sense. Okay. Well, as you have been talking, I have taken the combat turns for both of the armored horrors. And they've done a little bit of damage to your tank. And now it is Glacken's turn, and Glacken has stepped up onto the bench on the other side to shoot his bow at the armored horror that is closest to him. And all right, let's see if we can make this happen. Oh no, not even close. Terrible miss. It skitters into the corner behind the other armored horror. All right, Zidian, are you back?
Yes, sir. Sorry, we had
It's
some
okay.
local connectivity issues.
Yep.
But one of the benefits here is I came back, and all I had to do was open my character and double click on the icon on the right side of my character sheet, and that popped right back up on the map.
Oh, very good point. Yep. All right, it is your turn.
I'm gonna probably hit it with my sword.
Okay. For some reason, your token doesn't look like it's properly linked anymore. No, maybe it is. Hold on just a second.
You want me to shut down the character sheet and open it back up?
No, what I'm going to do is, I think it's all working. So you go ahead and do it. If I can attack you and it does damage, it's fine. So you'll.
All right, well, I missed with the first attack, so I'm gonna try with the second.
Okay.
There we go.
Yep. Much better.
There we go.
And down goes the armored horror. So you bring that great sword down, and you crush in the helmet on this one, and that blue light just kind of fades from the visor as the rest of the armor just crumbles.
Okay.
Okay.
As it starts to crumble, I just kind of kick it into the corner so it'll allow me movement for combat.
Oh yeah, no problem. It is now out of your way. I will remove it from the combat tracker. Okay. Anything else for your turn? Nope. Passed. All right.
Yes, sir.
Dorug.
All right. Bam, bam. So I heft that big old hammer up with one hand, and I have my shield in front of me in case they try to counterattack me.
Mm-hmm.
Bam Bam is a big, heavy warhammer that was blessed by the gods and handed down from my family to me ultimately. And I will do the same, or it will be buried with me, depending on what happens. So, with that in mind, I say a little prayer to myself. I'm keeping in mind that I have a powerful bless spell out there for my compadres. So rather than attacking this round, I'm going to take the dodge action, and I'm going to kind of like try to roll out of the way of harm.
Mm-hmm.
So instead of hitting something, I mean, I'll let the tank do his job, and I want to roll backwards, uh, if need be.
Okay.
So I'm going to end my turn right there. I'm going to maintain my concentration, focus more on defense,
Mm-hmm.
and use the dodge action. So if I have to, I'm just going to
Very
hop
good.
out of the way. So I'm going to go ahead and pass my turn.
Okay. Zarathustra.
All right. So if I can, I'd like to kind of tuck myself behind this urn here and see
Yes,
if I
that
can
will
pop up.
just let you lean around Zidian enough that you can get a clean shot on the armored horror.
Yeah. Oh, not so good.
Yep.
Okay. Nope.
Anything else? All right.
Yep.
Nevermore.
Yep.
I will bead in on that other armored horror. I will
All right.
and turn it back off and do my
Okay. Oh no.
and miss.
All right. It is now the armored horror's turn, and I did not recharge my withering gaze. I'd like to point out that that was recharged automatically. I mean, they try to recharge it automatically. That's part of what the coding here allows. That code works regardless of your platform. It's part of what they call um, uh, the core RPG, which both the 5e rule set's based on, as well as the DCC rule set. The DCC rule set is based on core RPG, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yep. Yeah. So, like being able to have a recharge for a breath weapon or for a gaze weapon like this is part of uh, the code that is allowed, and so it's just scripted basically. If you look at, like, I'll bring up Withering Gaze here, and if you look at it, it says in the text here um, that. Um, I put recharge 5-6 in the description when I created this skill for the armored horror. Actually, I should bring up the NPC sheet, not the. Um, and when you look at the NPC sheet and we go and we look at Withering Gaze, it says Withering Gaze parentheses recharge 5-6, and that means that it will automate the recharge, and on a 5 or 6 it'll tell me it's ready to go again, and it'll stop saying used. So anyway, I did not recharge because I rolled a 2. All right, so he is going to take a couple of attacks, and I want to show off the dodge automation here. One of the things that makes this platform so nice is the ability to put these effects on people and then have automation that is based on the effects as well. So what dodge is going to do is let me show you actually when I attack here because I'm going to attack Dorug, who has the dodge action. And when I roll now, though, I roll at disadvantage because of his dodge. And so that was good. We had to drop the 13, otherwise it would have been a 19, and I probably would have hit him. So that's nice that it automatically did that. Now, dodge only works for one action though, so
Okay.
you need to go ahead and take it off because we get multi attacks here.
Okay.
And
So I can remove that.
yep,
Okay.
very good. All right, and we have our next attack against you. Oh, but this time he's able to hit. So as soon as I do the damage, it should also make you do a concentration check, shouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Provided I take damage.
Yep, provided you take damage, which you do. And you automatically rolled that concentration check, but you were successful on your
Yay.
concentration check, so everybody still has bless on them. All right.
And that's exactly why I dodged, because
Yep.
I knew that something wasn't right here.
Yep. Perfect. All right. Pass turn. All right. It's Glacken's turn now. Glacken is going to take aim. And so because you are engaged elsewhere, Glacken will have advantage on this attack. All right. And he buries that that short bow arrow into the armored horror, and then I'll get my normal damage, and then I'll get my additional damage. So there we go. And then another 46 to go along with that. And note how quick we're able to keep things going, even though it wasn't necessarily automated. All right. So Zidian, you're up again, buddy.
All right, rinse, repeat. First off, I'm going to try to clear the hallway a little bit and let other people have a little bit of action.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to go ahead and move at least 5 feet forward.
Yep.
And begin my attack.
And you hit. There you go. You notice that when you hit it that time, this armored horror kind of stumbles a little bit.
All right. So I with my first strike, I bring it from a high guard down in a 45-degree angle, slash across his body.
Mm-hmm.
And with the low guard, I spin back around and give him the best I can from the response.
Very nice.
I will pass my turn.
All right. Well done. All right, Dorug, you're up now.
All right. Now it's time for Bam Bam.
Ah, yeah.
I had to drop this thing down on it like a sledgehammer. Bam!
Down comes the sledgehammer, but you notice that it doesn't take as much damage as you think it should be taking.
Lucky.
All right. Any other actions?
I think I'm going to let the others know that there's a powerful wizard at play here. Don't group up if we can help it. They like to drop things in the middle of groups. So I'm going to go past my turn.
All right.
All right. Well, I don't know that I have anything much more useful than my crossbow for these things, and so I'm just gonna concentrate my hardest at hitting this thing.
You know what Nevermore said earlier about not repeating the same mistakes? By the way, I did give Nevermore an inspiration point for his use of repeating what everybody else is saying. Oh, however, this time, yes,
Thank you, sir.
it's your day. So you're able to lean into this one and bury that crossbow bolt into the armored horror. And as soon as you do, that armored horror collapses into a pile of armor.
Yep.
All right.
Thanks for the assist.
So, Garner, Garner, if I could, real quick, I just wanted to, if you could focus in on Nevermore on the combat tracker in your stream. I just wanted to show people
Yep.
if they can. I don't know how they see it on the DM side, but those on-off switches for the effects. Strikes, I have the attack and then the extra attack. Zephyr's strike doesn't affect the extra attack, so I have to turn that effect on and off each turn.
Yep.
I see.
Yep. It is flashing on and off now. So do it one more time though, so people could see it again. So yep. Now it's on, and he had it off just a
So
second.
what I was, on.
You're breaking up, sir. Do you have the stream on?
Strike is an interesting spell. And I put it on this character.
Yeah.
How about that?
Spell. Yep, better.
Nope. Okay.
Keep going.
Better.
Zephyr Strike is an interesting spell because it has things that affect that immediate turn, but then they affect late. They keep going as the turn goes on. So, or as the rounds go on.
Mm-hmm.
Your speed boost that you get that very first turn. And really, I wasted that because I was just trying to get away. I just turned that off instead of even bothering to remove it, though I could through the minus symbol.
Yep. But only
Attack, I
you,
would
only
get
the
advantage,
DM.
and I would also get
Yeah, sorry, I was saying only the DM and only the person who applies it can remove an effect.
correct. Like I couldn't shut the bless off.
Right.
The bless was given to me by Rock, so he would have to control that on the combat tracker, or the DM would. Correct. It's the person who applies.
Yep. All right, you are breaking up a little bit again now. So, but we heard the explanation, so that's good.
Let me try and jump in and out.
Okay. All right. So, group, you have taken care of these armored horrors. What do we do now?
Well,
Anybody hurt?
first I want to check my sword and make sure it's not too notched from hitting dull lead with it constantly. Also, I want to make sure the other two armored horrors or suits of armor have not animated.
They have not animated, and your sword seems fine.
I would like to look in the four urns too. Zarathra would.
Okay.
Can I heal Zidian? Do I have enough time, or?
Yes, you would have enough time. Yes.
Okay. So I will do that.
Mm-hmm.
I have a feature called Blessed Healer. So it 2 plus the level of the spell, so whenever I heal somebody, I also get a little healing myself.
Okay,
Just
very
for
good.
performing
Nice.
the act.
Yep.
I'm going to heal Zidian first, and I'll make sure I check off my. I'm going to upcast it. So I'm going to go with a second level casting on it and drop it on him.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I upcasted it, so it makes a difference.
Very nice.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
And for myself, I can apply the effect, which just only applies to me. So,
Mm-hmm.
and that's it. And that's all I wanted to do. So I put my hand on him, I say a prayer to Dumathorn, and I kind of say thank you for being so brave.
Very nice.
I bow in respect as a response.
All right. So, next actions?
Yep, Zerethra is just checking these urns, poking his head around inside if possible.
Okay. You look inside of them and you can see very clearly that they actually are empty. There's nothing inside the urns.
Okay, in that case, I'll move into the hallway then next.
Okay. All right. Let's assume that our thief is also getting out in front and making sure that we're checking for traps here occasionally.
Sure, put the short guy in the rear.
All right. All right. He doesn't think there are any traps up here, but he's not really positive. Um, so nevermore, as you look at that kind of that additional hallway that goes north here, you see kind of a triangular shaped room. There are double doors at the end of the hall to the east.
Two doors aren't always better than one.
Yep.
So,
Was that comment earlier about the triangular walls?
Exactly.
Yeah.
should I go through the doors first this time, or how do we want to handle this? Obviously, we should check for traps first, but what does the party think? Do you want the tank up front after we check for traps, and that way we can move from there?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
That way nobody else gets isolated.
Yep.
Okay. Uh, Glacken has checked for traps. Glacken will pull back a little bit and let you come on up. You going to go to the north, or are you going to go to the doors at the end of the hall?
Which one do you guys want to check first? I'm okay with either.
I vote north.
All right.
All right.
Walls
So,
beats two doors in my book.
yep. Sorry about that. You were trying to go through the corner of the wall, so I just drug you around it.
No, and I was trying to stop because I figured moving through a friendly square would cost me some movement, but still,
Yeah, I would allow it since it's open diagonally, but
So what is the rule about movement here? I pointed that out.
say that again.
I said, what is the rule for movement on the table here?
Well, so couple of different things. And there's obviously room for, homebrew rules or whatever have you. First of all, the typical rules say that moving diagonal, one square is 5 feet for your first one, and then 10 feet for the second diagonal that you take. So that's just the distance part of it. But if you are a smaller beast, or human or whatever, a smaller character than another character that is occupying that space, there's no penalty. But if you are the same size, then it becomes difficult terrain, and so it basically costs you two movement in order to go through it. Make sense?
So what I was figuring was having to move through the other character, I would be using two 5-foot squares to
Except
move forward.
I
from
would
there.
allow you that diagonal, which your first
Exactly.
diagonal is only a 5-foot movement, so there's no loss of movement for going through that one technically. That's all I was saying. Okay.
And there's no accounting for gracious DMs.
No.
Yep. Keep it moving. All right. So this small triangular room, actually, you're looking into it, and it contains 2 wardrobes, a padded chair, and several low tables. So extending to the north and the south of this room are narrow hallways that are covered with hanging roofs. I'm sorry, east and west are hallways that are covered with hanging robes. Okay.
Whoa.
So y'all
Fancy
can,
dressing room.
yep, y'all can move into it so that everybody could see it. All right. All right. So basically, y'all are looking down these halls, and the hall goes on. Like you've walked down the hall at this point, Nevermore, but the hall keeps on going. Like it just keeps on going with more robes in it. Okay, now something really weird happens at this point. Nevermore goes down the hall looking at all the robes, and all of a sudden he appears on the other side of you guys.
Nice. I'm still looking down the east hall.
What if
Okay.
I go this?
All right. So you head on down that hall, Nevermore, and all of a sudden you end up on the other side of him again. Same way that you originally started. But
Ta-da!
there are always open hooks on the wall as well.
Can I pull on one of them hooks?
Yes, you may pull on hooks.
I'm going to pull on some hooks.
It has no effect.
Hmm.
Can I take a robe off one hook and put it on another hook?
You may.
Any magic?
None that you can tell immediately. Give me a perception check in the tower, please.
If you guys want, I can cast Detect Magic. But
You do
not so
notice,
much for the.
Nevermore, that like when you put the robe on another hook, maybe multiple additional hooks appeared on either side. You're not really sure.
All right, hold on. What if I take one of the robes off the hook? I put the robe on, and now I'm going to walk down the hallway.
All right. So you take the robe off the hook, you put the robe on, and you walk down the hallway, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, in an interesting turn of events, nothing different happens, but you do end up coming into the room the other way.
Do I still have a robe on?
You still have a robe on, yes. And all
right,
of
guys,
these robes
I'm
are
out of
different.
options.
Like there are tons of different robes and different styles and other things like this. Clearly, the somebody who wanted to really dollhouse things lived here. There's a robe for every event.
I doubt there's one for stonework.
I'm gonna assume these are just for
This is
stock
extra pockets.
and not waste time trying to figure out if any of them are magical.
So, wait, is there anything in the wardrobes?
Please make an investigation check.
Oh, that's the worst. Okay.
I will as well if I can.
Yes, absolutely. Go ahead. Everybody who's looking at them can take a look.
I stand guard though and watch for the other party members and just make sure they're okay.
Okay. Zarusthra, you are looking in the northernmost of the three wardrobes, and it has 3 drawers. Am I confusing number of wardrobes and number of drawers? Well, I don't know how many wardrobes there are right now.
2.
Yes, 2 wardrobes, but
Wardrobes,
you're
3
right.
drawers.
2 wardrobes, 3 drawers in the wardrobe that is farthest to the north here. In the bottommost drawer, covered by an ascot, and it looks exactly like Freddy's ascot, is a tiny leather pouch that contains dust.
Okay, I'll definitely pick that up.
Okay. I will add that to the party sheet.
I doubt it's the dust from the housekeeper.
I'm gonna hold on to that if you guys don't have any objections.
Yeah. Hey.
All right. So Nevermore, as you're walking back and forth, like again, just numerous garments, right? Um, and a number of long ornamental robes, and then kind of short work robes. Robes of dark silk. There are even ochre-colored robes made out of coarse cloth, and many more. But just garments. Um, eh, the hooks um, don't necessarily look like normal hooks. They look like they've grown out of the wall.
All right. Like, what are they shaped like? Hands? Or
No, it's more like I mean they're clearly like hook shapes, but they look more natural. They look more like uh, branches or thorns. They're not ripping the clothes or anything like that, but it looks like something more organic.
can I do a nature check? Like, do I recognize this at all as
You
anything?
may do a nature check, and you have absolutely no clue.
Right on. I'm kind of done messing with these hallways, guys.
Same, yeah.
Let's go check out them double doors.
Agreed.
All right. I'm approving movement here. All right. So Zaruthra, there you go. All right. Dorag, you've come back. Nevermore. Okay. Let's see. We are, yeah, there we go. All right. So would we like the rogue to check for traps?
Always a good plan.
Well, he's
Okay.
like a magic 8-ball, though. He's just like, outcome doesn't look great, but I'm not sure. Like,
Is what it is, right? So, all
yeah.
right. All right. He kind of goes over these doors and he feels very certain that there are no traps on these doors. Sidian, you're a little bit behind the rest of the group. Are you doing something?
Sorry, I had another call come in. I do apologize.
No problem. No problem. Okay. So now we're checking out these doors. The doors don't appear to have any traps on them, so Glacken backs away from the doors again. Would
Same
allow.
plan, gentlemen. Would you like me to go in first? And
Yeah.
Yep, I'm good with that.
Okay.
I'm going to action ready. So as soon as he opens the door, if I see any type of big baddie, I'm going to let loose.
All right.
okay, and what I'd like to do is I'd like to I'm guessing the door has a handle.
Yes, the door has a handle. It's a
Okay,
double door, and both doors have handles.
Okay, I'd like to trigger the handle, obviously, and then ease the door open with my foot with my greatsword at a high ready.
Okay. All right. So you're able to now see into the room, and this area is actually softly illuminated by floating globes of light, and it appears to maybe be a trophy room of some sort. There's a large marble statue of a robed figure dominating the middle part of the room, and it stands at about 5 feet tall. The figure points a rod menacingly towards the entrance where you guys are. Um, so, and I'll go ahead and I'll let you move in like that. But towards the back of the room is another statue, and it appears to be a bull made of bronze. Now, arrayed on the walls is a variety of curious objects. There are several skulls, there's a large set of golden brown wings, an enormous maul, a scythe, two crossed swords, a long snake skin. That's one of the best. A dented shield, a stuffed cave bear head, and a tattered standard emblazoned with a red eye. There are also two small tables, one of which holds a platter of white sticks, while the other bears a small metal coffer. There's several animal furs on the floor. What do you do?
Wow. If you guys aren't opposed, I'd like to spend 10 minutes casting Detect Magic as a ritual.
Yes,
As
and
long
you
as
should
nothing
rob
attacks,
this
I mean,
place.
I'll keep wary and guard for 10 minutes. But I think that's an excellent idea as long as nothing attacks. And I'll be prepared to attack anything that tries to step.
All right. 5 minutes into the cast, all of a sudden,
Darn.
the bronze bull comes alive. Roll for initiative.
Darn.
Oh, 2.
Could have gone better for all of us.
Well,
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
it certainly could have gone better for all of you. However, unfortunately for me, my bronze bull rolled a 2 and I don't get any bonuses. So,
Nice.
yeah, it could have gone better for me. All right. So, are you going to continue trying to cast, or are you going to change up what you're doing?
Gosh, I got a lot of ritual left to go here. So,
Yeah.
I'm
Do
gonna
it, man.
cast.
We can kill this in under 5 minutes. Go for
And
it.
if I can
Okay,
get to it, I'll block it from you.
good. I'll carry on then.
Okay.
I look worrisomely over at the bowl and keep going.
Okay.
Maybe at a little frantic pace.
Very good. Dorug, you're up.
Well, bull butter.
All right. Technically, Bless would have expired by now. And so you've still got Bless on everybody.
I think I will cast it again.
All right.
And just
Then we
burn
leave it
another
right
slot.
like it is. That'll work. Okay.
Yep. And then I will move up a little bit.
Okay.
That's about it.
All right. I'm going to approve y'all's movement. So, all right. All right. Zarethra, you did not move up, correct?
Yeah, I guess I don't need to be in the room to cast my ritual. So,
Correct.
if I could see enough of the hallway, I'd stay back there.
Yeah, and it then works for how long does detect magic work
10
for?
minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, 10 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, you're good. Okay. So, yeah, Zidian, your turn, buddy.
All right. So I'm guessing the bull hasn't moved from where it's at right now.
The bull has come alive and kind of pawed at the ground, and that's as much as has happened.
He's gonna charge.
All right.
So yeah, I'm gonna face it right where it is. So hopefully I can keep it away from my compatriots.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, there's the bronze bull in the combat tracker.
Yep. It is now on the map as well.
All right. And I'm gonna go ahead and hit it with a swing.
All right. You make solid contact. All right. And the backswing. More solid contact. All right.
I could want for some more damage.
Yep.
All
Twos
right.
and ones.
But anyways,
Nice.
but we'll take it. We'll take it, and we'll move forward.
All right. Very good. All right. Nevermore. Your movement is approved. Oh, no, that wasn't Nevermore. That was Zarethra. Sorry.
That's all right.
All right.
Let's see. Okay, so he did go in the room. Is
Nope,
that what
he did not. He did not.
Okay.
We clarified.
Okay.
Okay.
And I will bonus action summon my gathering swarm. And let me see here. I will do the activation on my oath bow and fire at this guy.
Okay.
Once I can find where I put my item effects. There we go.
Thank goodness for advantage. All right. Your arrow slices through the air and buries itself deeply in the bull.
But wait, there's more.
Yep.
So that's for the gathering swarm damage. Then he has to make a strength save. So now he moves 15, I'm sorry, 20 feet, let's just say backwards.
Okay. All right. Well, you can only go so far backwards. He's going to hit the wall. So he's kind of. We'll put him in the hallway. That's actually only 15 feet, I think, right? 1, 2, 3. Yep. Yeah. So he's back here now. Okay.
Yep.
And then I will do my extra attack.
Okay.
and
and you
miss.
miss.
Mm-hmm.
And there you go.
All right. So Glacken steps up and into the room, and he also pulls out his bow and is going to launch his bow at the golden bull, bronze bull. Sorry. All right. Nobody is engaged, so this is just a normal attack at this point. Oh, it wanted that 20, but the arrow clatters over its head. So we will pass our turn. All right. Bronze Bull is coming back. All right. So here I have the ability to make 2 hoof strike attacks or 1 gore attack and 1 hoof strike attack. So I'm going to try one of each on Zidian. So Zidian, I come up the hall again at you, and I will make my gore attack with my horns. All right. Oh no, and I miss. I miss terribly. All right, and then he tries to stomp on you, but this time successfully. So here. All right, for only 6 points of damage, but I need you to make. Let me think about this. Yep, I need you to make a Constitution save, please.
Okay, would you like that in the tower?
No, it has to be a DC 16. You can make it in the open.
Okay.
Oh, and you barely skate by, but you are almost stunned. But gather your wits together again pretty quickly. Okay.
Thanks for the bless.
Leroon, I need to update the save on some of these attacks, so just be aware and remind me again later. So, Zarusthra, you are still
All right,
doing your.
Yep, I'm gonna keep my ritual going here.
Okay. All right, Dorug.
I got an idea.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's say I'm gonna ask or shout or command the others, saying, "Come back to me." And I'm basically what I want to do is how I describe it as we lure the bull to the doors, the double doors. So I volunteer to be the bait, and have the rest of the people follow. Kind of run back. And as soon as the bull gets to the doors, we 2 of us will close it on him, and hopefully he'll get his horn stuck in the doorway, or at least give him a nice headache.
Okay.
I want to fake him out and make him think that it's probably not a intelligent creature anyways. So I just want it to chase us, and then we're going to shut the door on him as soon as he gets close. And that way, what I'm trying to do is either give him a little bit of damage to himself by hitting the doors, and if he breaks through the doors, I mean, we could be back like 5 feet or whatever. But I kind of want to just give him, make him run into a wall or something solid
Okay.
to hurt him. So I guess it's not really an attack, but I'm going to move up to here, and I'm going to yell out my suggestions. Now, that
Okay.
doesn't necessarily mean people are going to follow what I'm saying, but that's my plan, is to try to lure the bull to me, and then I'm going to ask the others to help me shut the doors real quick and step back,
I hear
as
you.
long as we have movement.
Okay. All right. Pass your turn.
Yep.
All
And I'm
right.
going to try to, of course, maintain my concentration as well.
Mm-hmm. All right. Zidian, it is going to be your turn now.
So the plan is to fall back, is what I'm understanding?
It's in a sense, we're just trying to lure it over so we can get his horn stuck in the door, or at least give him a headache. And also puts a barrier between us and it, so we can have a little bit more time. Like if I need to heal one of you or something like that. That's my plan. But
withdrawing, I am going to go ahead and make my attack. I think that's probably more beneficial than me trying to just withdraw without provoking the attack of opportunity. And then I'll make for the doors.
Okay. I mean, you guys might kill it before we even get to execute the plan, but Oh yeah. Sweet.
And that was rolls like that. All right. And I'm going to provoke an attack of opportunity from the bull.
Okay. We are going to try our gore strike against you again. That's the most likely thing that he'd be able to do. Oh, yep. And we hit. All right, so we'll do a little bit of damage. And then I need you to make, oh, we'd do a little bit more than a little bit of damage this time. And then I need you to make another, oh, no. I'm sorry. I'm going with the wrong attack. It's fine. All right, but I still need you to make I need you to make a athletics check or a strength save. Sorry, a strength save. Oh, you're very successful this time. All right, so yeah, you're not even close to being stunned. Okay, so you're able to pull back.
Excellent.
Okay. Any other actions, Zidian?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, Nevermore.
Okay, so real quick, on my last turn, I just realized I messed some things up. But that's okay. So apparently that gathering swarm thing, you only get one of those effects. So I shouldn't have rolled that d6. However, my bow, that affects on all the time. Once I
Okay.
hit something, it's that 3d6. So I
Right.
figured it balanced out. So really, I got gypped 2d6s in the end. But
Okay.
anyhow, I'm just going to reattack and trigger a gathering. Still use the gathering swarm on my first attack.
Okay. All right, that one's a nice hit. All right, you do see the bull stagger a little bit when you hit it this time.
Using my gathering swarm, I am going to force him to do a strength save again. And I'm going to drag him. Now, if I'm understanding this map correct, this is a statue in front of him.
Yeah, it's a statue in front of him. That's correct. There is a statue there.
I'm going to drag his happy self right into that statue head first.
Okay. All right.
Because it would be 20 feet, so it'd be like he rushes. Yeah.
Yep.
And then I will do my second attack on him.
All right. So your dragging him like that has a similar effect to what Dorog was trying to do, but you slam him into that statue. I will actually give him a chance at, let's see, mitigating
This is when
part
you
of the
have to
damage.
improvise.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. But I love it. But I'm gonna give him a chance at getting a save on here. So he slammed into it, so it's going to be a Constitution save. But it's not great. Well, actually, it's better than it was. So, all right. So I'm going to give him a couple of additional dice of damage. Not very many though. Here. All right. But he is not stunned. Okay.
Okay. And then I'll do my second arrow.
Mm-hmm.
And
Oh, yeah. You miss wide. It thuds into the wall on the other side of the room. All right. Again, nobody is actually physically engaged here at this time. So this is just a normal attack. All right. But my arrow thuds into him. There we go. All right. And I'm very happy with that. All right, so it's the bull's turn again this time. The bull is definitely not happy, so it comes around that statue though and attacks you, Zidian. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. I need you to make a save, please. Strength save, DC 14. Easily made. All right. So you are not knocked prone by this, but you are damaged by his horns. Okay. All right.
All right, I'm easy. I'm gonna continue my ritual.
Okay. Dorug, you're up, buddy.
All right. So I'm going to upcast Healing Word.
Yep.
It has a 60-foot range,
Mm-hmm.
and it says that a creature of my choice. So I'm going to choose Zidian
Okay.
and drag that over to him. And there's for Zidian, and
Yep.
then I get my little blessed healer thingy.
Yep.
And I am going to brace myself in case we want to do the bowl thing. So I'm still trying to convince people to, to come this way and lure the bull this way so we can get them to crash into the doors. But that's my turn.
Okay. So healing word is technically a bonus action. So what was your action?
My action would have been to put guidance on, which is a cantrip, on Nevermore.
Okay.
So basically, I'm going to put the effect on myself. But if I do that, though, I lose the...
You lose the
it's a
bless concentration. Yeah, you can't do both bless and guidance.
Yep, so I don't want to do that.
Okay, I'll get rid of that.
So I think let me cast Toll of the Dead on the
Okay.
bowl. Would that work?
Yep.
Nice.
Damn bull.
And now
D12.
Yep.
Actually, no, you get it's more than a D12 at your level.
Probably more.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. It says at 5th it's 2d8, so yeah.
Okay.
Or 2d12 in this case.
2d12, yeah, because you failed. Yep. All right.
Owie.
Yep. Okay.
And I think I'll pass my turn.
All right, Zidian.
I did already. So.
Yep, you did. Zidian, you're up, buddy.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and give him the 1-2 slash and then make for the doors.
Okay. One slash is good. Oh, yeah. He's definitely feeling it now. Like, he's really staggering. Having a hard time staying on his feet. You come back with the backhand and are successful. And down he goes.
Wow.
Yeah. So that's some really serious damage there,
Big hits.
Zidian. Yep.
Yeah.
Well done.
I pant for a minute and then check my party and make sure everybody's okay. And then I stagger back to the doors.
Very good.
I want to heal Zidian with my, if I have time.
You do.
I'm going to use my Preserve Life.
Mm-hmm.
So I basically have 35 points. It says choose any creature, divide those hit points amongst them. So I will take, instead of applying the effect, I'm just going to split it. I'm going to basically take the main course of it to Zidian.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to put the 5 on me.
Okay.
So
30 on Zidian. Yep.
And 5 on me.
All right, Zidian, you want to...
Wow, thank you very much.
Yeah, decrease your wounds by 30.
Yep. And then mine will be... I'll be down to 2 points. And then I use my Channel Divinity for the day. And it says since I'm a Bless Healer, I'm down to 0.
That's right. All right. So you get your heal spell done, and the detect magic spell is able to be completed. It was detect magic that we were casting, right?
That is correct.
Yeah.
I
When
think
that
we also
finished,
have a comment from the chat.
I have a question for you, DM.
Yep.
Okay, so Pyromaniac 2177 says he likes how the DM has his tabletop set up, but he didn't know that you could resize the combat tracker and the chat. So is that customizable?
Yes, so it absolutely is, and that's part of what we'd definitely recommend that you do. So for most DMs or judges, uh, you want as much real estate as you can possibly get. It may be that you have two monitors that you can spread things over. Right now, I've set it up as if I have just a single monitor, but I have actually stretched it just a little bit more than most people have on a 1080p monitor, just so that I could have enough room for everything. But when I have the ability to stretch it across two monitors, I increase the width of it even more. But in all of the windows in Fantasy Grounds, the main place that they're controlled is in the bottom, the size of them at least, is in the bottom right hand corner. And so for the combat tracker, you can position it wherever it is that you want and then go to that bottom right hand corner and resize as needed. Make sense?
Thank you,
Mhm.
sir.
Yep,
Quick addition to that, for chat, you must right click and unlock the chat
that's
first
right.
before you can do any of that.
Yep,
Yep. And I
agreed.
also put that there's a limit on how narrow you can make it. You can make it
Yeah,
wider, but
unfortunately, yeah.
well, the reason for it because you'll cover up all the status buttons if
Yeah.
you do that.
Yep. So, and we are running a little bit short on time here. I want to give us a little bit more time to talk about some of the benefits of the platform itself, and specifically, Brett, I would like for you to actually take a few minutes and the talk about the DCC rule set and what some of those differences are. So I'd mentioned that to you earlier. So if you don't mind, why don't you go ahead and while I'm kind of doing things to help you finish your casting of your detect magic, give us a few minutes about the development of the rule set and what some of the important things to know are.
yeah, so I've tried to stick close to 5e, which is what we're using here, as much as possible, just because that's what a lot of people are familiar with. That's a lot of people's first exposure to Fantasy Grounds, and so I think it's a little easier to transition between the two. DCC as a rule set, I guess, like Magic is different. Um, so you don't have like the memorization and that stuff, which actually makes managing your character sheet a little bit easier. But there are a lot of tables in DCC. I guess if I had to pick one thing that's like different about DCC, there's a lot of tables, and I think that's something that Fantasy Grounds is excellent for because they have a lot of cool functionality with tables, and you can use tables to create treasure parcels or encounters.
Can you
Um,
have embedded tables? Like,
Yeah, there's a lot of embedded tables. So like a lot of the DCC tables will have like your result, and then inside that result, there's another like D6 roll or something like that. And so you can trigger those just with one, like Fantasy Grounds will do that automatically for you. I've even, this isn't in the rule set, but just on my own, I've, for like creating magic swords or dragons in DCC, it's like those two things have like 6 or 8 tables kind of strung together, and it gets a little complicated. But you could theoretically, you could create tables to just kind of like fire off, 6 or 7 table rolls, and
mhm.
then you can output that to a story entry, which is kind of just basically what the DM uses to lay out rooms. But you can also use it for for your table results. So if you have a magic sword that's going to give you like 3 different like special powers and a magic bonus like +1, +2, all of that can be output to a story. So that's kind of fun. But in general, I think like um, table management is huge, and there's also a lot of customization for I would say like the judges in DCC. I think as opposed to D&D, you don't work off of like a standard palette of monsters and items. There's a lot of customization. um, so in Fantasy Grounds, you can say like, I want to create like a 3 hit dice monster, and it's going to be kind of similar to this one that's already in the rule book. So in Fantasy Grounds, you just kind of drag that thing to make a copy of it, and you can. It's really easy to kind of customize that. Classes too, like there are a lot of custom classes from like third-party publishers, or just people make them up themselves. Spells have tables kind of embedded in the spell record, so spells have like random results based on your roll. You make what's called a spell check, and then based on how high that result is, it determines what your spell does. So all of that's set up in Fantasy Grounds so that you can just kind of type in your table results, and when you cast the spell, it does all the table lookup for you. So it saves a ton of time, because you're not like cross-referencing 3 tables every time. If you make an attack and it's a critical hit, yeah, like that table automatically fires off and shows you the result in the chat. So, but it doesn't have to be that way. If you want like little more of a kind of a raw like tabletop feel, you can have the players roll those manually. Everything's kind of, you can set it up however you want. So yeah, that's my spin on the DCC rule set.
Very nice. And how easy is it to, this is actually probably a really good question for all of you, but how easy is it to customize things in Fantasy Grounds, right? So you just got done telling us um, that DCC encourages a lot of customization, right? So how
Yeah.
easy is it then to achieve customization for, and you obviously said that monsters are pretty easy, but customization for everything, right? So whether it is a new encounter or magic items or anything else like that, how easy is that?
It's easier than anything else I've used. I mean, I think it's the same like drag and drop functionality that's nice for building characters and stuff like that. It's you just grab the item or monster you want to work off of, and you just pull it down. I mean, you can start from scratch if you want, but
Yep.
um,
And
so yeah,
Layroon,
super
let
easy.
me let me ask you to weigh in here, Layroon, because I know you teach the uh, DM 102 and 103 classes, which are all about a lot of different customizations. But how does Fantasy Grounds handle that from one rule set to the next?
Are you talking about tables or
I'm
the?
talking about like customizations, like creating new story entries or creating new
Okay,
magical items or other things like that.
so story entry should be universal, at least for the core set.
Hmm.
That's pretty standard on most rule sets. You should be able to create story entries and link them together. Magic items are subjective to how they interact or interface with the rules, and also how far along the developer has developed any sort of functionality or baked in scripts that would actually allow for that. So, for an example, D&D 5e, even though you have a magic item, it doesn't necessarily compute into an automated feature. You either have to make that or learn the functionality of the syntax that goes along with it, or you're just going to have to wing it and do it like you did around a table and make manual adjustments as you go. So don't expect everything to have a solution or some sort of automation. You want to assume that you're either going to have to build it or request it or even just play like you would around a table. So there's really no automation sitting around a table. You just have to keep notes, and the DM has to make the adjustments. And that's how some of the rule sets need to be played. So when you're developing items, it really depends on the rule set. But if you're developing stories, that definitely would be fairly universal. So at least you have that functionality to
Hmm.
generate your own content in regards to role playing and story.
Yep. Good points. So I would point out, people may have seen me create the Wand of Grease at the beginning for Zarathustra, But what I really did was I went and I created a new group, and I named that group Magic Items instead of calling it, spells level 1, which Grease is technically a spell level 1. But I created a new group called Magic Items, and then I drugged the Grease spell into there and simply changed it from Grease to Wand of Grease. And then there are things though that I didn't show off. So, for example, I go to my preparation tab, and instead of it having 0 daily, I told him that he had 7. He had 7 charges, and so I changed that to be 7 daily. And so that actually facilitates when I go to my combat that it's got 7 different check boxes here, and each time I cast that spell, I just check one of the check boxes. So it yes, you're right. I had to do it manually, but there are also aspects the of the rule set or of the framework, and in this case, that's core RPG, not 5e. That I could say it's got 5 charges on it or 7 charges or whatever, right?
Yep.
Yep.
I
Okay.
want to circle back on what Meph had said earlier about putting in your time. He's
Hmm.
absolutely right. You're not going to learn all this stuff overnight. There's no list that says, okay, this is automated, this isn't, or this rule set is this far along and this rule set is this far along. You really just have to put in your time and figure that out as you go. There's no Bible that says, okay, this thing is baked into the rules, but this one isn't. You just have to play it and utilize it and get used to it.
Yeah.
There's really no documentation on every little single variation between rule sets. So
Definitely agree on that. And then I would toss out there though that once you learn one rule set really well, it's like really easy to figure out how the others work
yes,
in the
Yeah.
platform. So knowing 5e, it's been really easy for me to play some Starfinder or to play some Pathfinder 2 or to play AD&D. Honestly, AD&D was actually the most complex, and that's because Celestian, who has done the rule set for that, has put in so much additional kind of automation for the 2e rule set that there was a lot of other stuff for you to specifically learn. But the
Yeah, I would
mechanics
say
are all the same.
from a rule set design perspective, you really need to balance like the complexity of the rule set with I mean the functionality of it with the ease of use and the intuitiveness. So if you like with that rule set, if you put so much into it, like it's just more of you got to spend more time to really figure out what everything does. And
Hmm.
so I think that's a balance that you're always trying to strike when you're building these things.
Yep.
so
Yeah, and then
question.
that actually also touches on something I've experienced. For the Chaotic Good Gaming, I DM a youth group. We call it the TNG, the Next Generation. But and a lot of times with young players who are just now learning, especially, or like our key players are 10 years old, both of them, and we've got one in Japan, one locally here in Atlanta. So you know, we're introducing the rules, we're teaching the rules, but sometimes we are a little bit lenient with that, and we allow some flexibility. And with the different benefits of the system, we're able to add pluses, minuses, advantage, disadvantage, add effects very easily, just completely low tech without having to have rules made as well. And sometimes with younger people as you're training, or even adults who are learning the game for the first time, sometimes that can be a huge benefit.
Yep. Absolutely agreed. And kind of one parting thing that doesn't have anything to do with Fantasy Grounds itself, but it is facilitated by Fantasy Grounds. As a judge or as a DM, it's your job to make sure that the players are having a good time. And so that's exactly what Zombart was getting at right there, is that he's got all of the tools, but it is just a tool. It's not a one size fits all. This is the way that it's going to work. It is a very effective platform for us to actually, make sure that people are having fun for hours at a time. Are there any other comments that anybody else would like to make? Because we're about
Yep.
at our time. Go ahead,
Actually,
Layroon.
I have a quick question
Yeah,
for
go
you.
ahead.
Yes.
Are,
Archeo,
back to Fantasy Grounds.
Mhm.
Are there going to be any special Fantasy Ground offers to coincide with Spawn of Cyclops Con?
So yes, so with Spawn of Cyclops Con, basically every registered user is getting a free 3-month subscription to the Fantasy Grounds platform. So yes, that is a special offer for everybody.
Is there a link or anything, or is that just a word of mouth right now?
It is something that has been distributed to all Spawn of Cyclops Con participants, and obviously
Okay.
this is out there for them. But if you need a reminder for that, you can reach out to either the organizers of Spawn of Cyclops Con or us at Fantasy Grounds College, and we can make sure that we validate that you were registered for it. I would also encourage that. Now that we're coming to the end of Spawn of Cyclops Con, the same offer is going to be made to GaryCon registered users. So you can register for GaryCon. So you haven't missed it. You haven't missed your opportunity to get a free 3-month license to this. So,
Yeah, that's good.
yep, good
Good
question.
stuff.
Yeah,
Good
Layroon, did
stuff.
you have one other thing?
No, that was it. I wanted
Okay,
to give her a chance to ask.
awesome. Yep. Well, we are here to help. One big reminder is that March is DCC month and Goodman Games month at the Fantasy Grounds College. So for everybody who wants to learn how to play this on Fantasy Grounds, we are ready and willing to show you. I am being assisted by both by Zarathustra. I'm gonna say it right at some point.
I know. I know
Zarustra.
that was cruel.
Yes, it was.
Is it like
Protocol here.
Yep, and by
Zara.
Tavarkas, he was our rogue, and obviously his other game ran over, but
he was really sneaky.
he was really sneaky. But I'm being assisted by the two of them, and then also by a number of other road crew judges who will help with some of the other courses too. So thank you to all of them, and we are going to finish the month with a symposium where we will again have Brett and one of the lead content designers for Goodman Games. Brendan LaSalle actually will be joining us for that as well. And there will be giveaways during the month as well. So mainly for participating in all the things that we do. And we look forward to seeing all of you there. So with that said, we thank you all for watching and we hope to see you again soon.
Bye-bye.